Hey guys, tonight we step into a quiet dawn that feels like a whispered invitation. The air smells of cool earth and early sun, a gentle perfume that lingers. You notice the cypress trunks silhouetted against the rising light, their needles humming softly. The estate sleeps in quiet bliss. You are the only one who can hear the trees sigh. The soft sun touches your skin, nudging you toward a dreamlike state. You feel each breath like a gentle lull, and the world starts to melt into silver. You probably won't survive this adventure in the quiet. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video. Subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your location and local time in the comments so we can travel together. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You step onto the dew-soaked grass, feeling each blade curl against your feet. The morning haze glows pale, like a soft blanket woven from silver threads. Your breaths mix with the scent of pine and damp stone. You pause at the base of a towering cypress, its trunk a perfect spiral. The bark feels cool, like a secret waiting to be whispered. You trace your fingers along the ridges, feeling the rhythm in your fingertips. Suddenly, a rustle breaks the silence, a stray leaf dancing on a breeze. A voice, gentle and deep, seems to rise from the trees themselves. Welcome, traveler, it sings, to a day where time unpacks like a familiar book. You chuckle softly, feeling oddly calm, the forest applauding your presence. You recall a story about the ancient city of Ephesus, once hosted a grand market. In those days, merchants sang while bartering spices along windswept lanes. The memory blends with the current, painting a tapestry of past and present. A distant murmur of a waterfall draws your eye toward the estate's heart. You follow the path as it meanders, each step a quiet drum in the hush. The stone paving glistens from prior rains, a mosaic of translucent blues. Your heels tap rhythmically, matching the heartbeat of the forest. As you step closer, the waterfall reveals itself, an eternal silver ribbon cascading down cliffs. Its sound is a lullaby, each droplet a tiny drumbeat soothing your muscles. The chill from the mist cools your cheeks, a gentle reminder that nature thrives in contrast. Nearby, a lone deer pauses, its eyes reflecting the stream's silver. It seems almost as if the forest is watching your every movement with quiet gratitude. You feel a deep connection, your pulse syncing with the rhythm of leaves. The leaves rustle, echoing your own heartbeats, a gentle duet. You close your eyes, breathing with the forest, a steady, comforting pulse. The dreamlike hush grows, drawing you further into the estate's embrace. You feel your muscles relax, each breath a lullaby from the world around. The light shifts, a soft gold replacing the early chill. You notice a trail of dew-coated leaves, a mosaic of nature's jewelry. Each step feels like a soft drumbeat, the forest's heartbeat guiding you. A nearby stone bench invites you, sturdy and warm under the sun. You sit, letting the afternoon wind settle like a familiar song. The wind carries the sound of distant laughter, faint but comforting. You think about how a simple breath can anchor you to the present. The soft murmur of the water and the rustle of leaves create a harmony. Time feels less like a number, more like a soft breath. Each moment stretches, gentle and unhurried, like a lullaby's pause. You notice a robin perched on a twig, singing a cheerful tune. The robin's song mingles with the earth's secret conversation. You smile, feeling the joy that bubbles from the simplest life. A gentle rustle near your feet beckons your attention, a small, bright feather. It glides like a tiny comet, caught between earth and sky. Your fingertips trace the feather, warm and oddly comforting. A memory surfaces of a childhood game with invisible feathers. You laugh quietly, thinking of friends chasing shadows. The laughter turns to silence, replaced by the soft susurrus of the cypress. A gentle breeze carries the scent of wild thyme, soothing your mind. Your eyes flutter closed, embracing the soundscape. The world narrows to the rhythm of breath, a steady heartbeat. You feel one breath after another, each a gentle wave washing over your inner self. This is the space where worries dissolve, like morning mist in gentle light. The only sound is your own breath and the distant call of the owl. Your heart, quiet, settles into the pulse of the estate. This gentle symphony keeps you grounded, a lull that carries you into calm. The day, like a well-loved book, slowly closes its pages to give you rest. You feel the world hum, a comforting blanket of green and sky. The breeze whispers, "Sleep now, friend, and dream of quiet rivers." The final image settles, a calm field under a silver moon. You let the moonlight kiss the grass, each blade glowing with tiny stars. The cypresses sway gracefully, their needles humming like soft lullabies. You realize how small the world feels, yet how vast the silence. Your thoughts drift, like leaves carried on a gentle tide. The scent of night jasmine lingers, sweet and unhurried. You smile, remembering the joke about a cat that tried to sunbathe in a library. "It ended up reading a book about catnip," it whispered, and you chuckled in the dark. The joke fades, replaced by the rhythmic breathing of the cypress. You breathe in, feeling the coolness of the night, the air thick with history. The past whispers through leaves, tales of travelers and kings. You think of a royal banquet where music swelled like a tide. The story fades as the night deepens, wrapping around you like a soft blanket. The cypresses guard your rest, a quiet sentinel in the dark. You close your eyes, letting the rhythm carry you through the night. The wind hums a lullaby, a steady pulse that lulls you deeper. Your mind drifts to a distant memory of hearing a song in a desert. The dunes sang a soft, rhythmic song, echoing like a distant heartbeat. You feel a gentle pull, like a tide drawn by moonlit promises. As the night deepens, your body finds a comfortable rhythm. The gentle hum of the estate feels like a lull to your weary thoughts. You let the silence settle, the only sound the creak of distant branches. The night stretches, calm and serene, as you drift into dreamland. A gentle breeze moves, folding the clouds in a soft waltz. Each breath you take is like a feather, light and weightless. The world outside fades, replaced by the gentle hum of the estate. The garden lights blink like distant stars, a quiet beacon of peace. You are safe, cradled by the estate's quiet rhythm. The final image of the cypress branches feels like a lullaby lull. Your eyelids grow heavy, the world softening into a dream. You drift toward sleep, carried by the cypresses, by moonlit lullabies, by everything quiet. The night is gentle, an endless soft sigh that embraces you. Your mind quiets, the restless part of you folding into calm. You feel the estate's pulse, a soothing heart in the dark. Sleep creeps, a gentle river, flowing into your skull. The quiet continues, like a story with no ending, only new beginnings. The cypresses stand tall, guardians of your dreams. You let go, surrendering to the night's embrace. And now, the day closes, leaving only the soft echo of your own breathing. The estate breathes with you, in sync, calm and deep. The stars overhead twinkle like soft lamps, each one a gentle promise of rest. The wind carries a faint scent of cedar, a memory of ancient forests. You feel the weight of the day lift, replaced by a serene lightness. The world outside seems distant, like a song played from far away. Your thoughts drift, unburdened, flowing like a slow river. Each inhale relaxes one shoulder. Each exhale releases another tension. The cypress canopy above becomes an ancient quilt, covering you with tranquility. A friend once told me a joke about a sleepy cat. It ignored its owner and fell asleep under a lamp. The joke feels light, like a feather passing over your palm. The night deepens, pulling more of you into its subtle embrace. A soft wind whistles through the cypress leaves, a tiny lullaby. Your mind folds into the rhythm, folding like origami into rest. You find yourself breathing along with the tree's slow pulse. The whisper of leaves becomes a blanket, shielding your thoughts. Silence is thick, yet comforting, a companion to the night. You feel the estate breathing, a heartbeat in the dark. Each breath brings more calm, a gentle tide pulling you toward sleep. You close your eyes, letting nothing disturb your gentle voyage. A quiet voice hums, an unseen melody comforting your mind. The wind changes pitch, a soft chord that lulls even deeper. The moon watches kindly, a silver guardian over your dreamscape. The entire estate feels like a cocoon of tranquility, wrapping you snugly. You breathe one more time, fully inhaling the night's purity. The exhale carries away any last remnants of stress. The universe settles, leaving you in a peaceful, dream-laden trance. A gentle breeze passes, like a lullaby from an unseen chorus. The night's silence is a soft blanket of stars, an orchestra you can feel. You let your consciousness slowly melt, drifting into a sea of tranquility. This final breath feels like stepping into a golden field of dreams. As you fall asleep, the estate remains serene, keeping your dreams safe. The cypresses sway, humming a slow, comforting lull that lingers even after you close your senses. You wake to the soft caress of dawn filtering through the pines. The air smells of fresh earth and a hint of citrus. You slide from bed, feeling the mattress sigh behind you. The world outside the estate door shivers with early light. You step barefoot onto the cool stone path, each step a lullaby. Around you, cypress trees stretch skyward, their leaves whispering secrets. Their scent is a blend of resin and ancient whisper. You inhale deeply, your lungs filling with calm. You notice a small stone underfoot, warm from yesterday's sun. Below it, a rusted coin glints, its surface etched with a forgotten script. Historians still argue whether the ancient coin was minted by a local dynasty. An intriguing fact: the courtyard of this estate once hosted a small Ottoman market. You chuckle softly, imagining merchants haggling over spices. The smell of cumin and roasted chestnuts drifts in your memory. You walk toward the central garden, where a fountain sits silent. Water drips slowly onto smooth pebbles, each droplet a tiny echo. You pause, letting the sound wash over your ears. A subtle breeze nudges the reeds, creating a soft, rhythmic whisper. You smile, feeling the calm seep into your shoulders. The path curves beside a cluster of ancient fig trees. Their leaves hang like green teacups, waiting for rain. You touch a branch, noting the rough texture beneath your fingertips. It feels like a secret handshake between nature and you. A stray feather flutters down, landing softly on your palm. You hold it, feeling the faint rustle of feathers against skin. Below, a small frog croaks, an unspoken metronome to your walking rhythm. You laugh, thinking of someone's childhood pet frog that never grew older. The frog's song blends with distant bells, creating a subtle symphony. You close your eyes briefly, letting the music wash over you. An old woman appears in your mind. She was the estate's caretaker. She used to speak in riddles, her voice echoing through the cypresses. She once told you that cypresses hold the spirit of the wind. You ponder that claim, feeling each breath as a breeze. A quirky fact lingers. Some folk believed cypress seed pods predicted the weather. You smile at the idea, wondering if nature still has a horoscope. You decide to test the theory by watching the pods. They tumble gently onto the stone floor, leaving tiny footprints. Each footprint maps a subtle curve, like a secret map. You trace them with one finger, feeling the weight of history. The air grows cooler, a subtle chill reminding you of an ancient winter. You think of the sultanate that once ruled these lands, their winter cloaks heavy. You pause, hearing the distant hum of a forgotten clock. Its sound feels like a heartbeat, steady and gentle. You feel the vibration through the floorboards, small but profound. A small bird lands on the bench, eyes bright. It chirps a tune that sounds oddly like a lullaby. You listen, letting the melody wash over you. The bird flutters away, leaving a faint, sweet scent of pine. The breeze carries that scent, making you feel grounded. You walk toward a shaded alcove where a stone statue waits. Its stone face appears almost awake, the eyes following your steps. You think about the marble faces of ancient temples, where time seemed to pause. The statue reminds you that history listens to those who respect it. You sit beside it, closing your eyes to the rustle of leaves. The leaves dance, throwing shadows across your skin. Time folds, folding back into a gentle loop of day. You feel your heartbeat sync with the tree's gentle thrum. A rusted wind chime hangs nearby, its bells chiming softly. You listen, noting that each note carries the memory of wind. The sound lingers, like a whispered promise. You pause, remembering a joke the caretaker once told. He said, "Why did the cypress tree refuse to join the club?" The answer, because it already had a trunk in society. You chuckle, imagining the tree rolling its eyes, impossible, yet oddly plausible. The joke, light as a feather, settles in your mind. You breathe slowly, letting each inhale soothe deeper. The breeze wraps you, feeling like a warm blanket. You remain seated until the sun climbs higher. The light slants through the branches, painting patterns on your skin. You notice a small pebble beside the stone statue, its surface mottled. It feels cool, damp, the texture familiar from the riverbank. You lift it, feeling a whisper of the river's old lull. You hear its faint echo like a distant drum. The echo joins the wind chimes, weaving a tapestry of sound. Your thoughts drift, following the music's gentle current. You think of afternoons spent watching clouds roll over the hills, a memory of your younger self, barefoot, chasing a stray kite. You smile at that reckless, carefree joy. You sit still, feeling the hum of the earth beneath. A gentle murmur rises, carried by the wind through the leaves. It is a lull that has existed since the hills were carved. The hill you walk on was once a meeting point for traders. They traded spices, stories, and sometimes secrets of the night. You imagine a barter, a coin exchanged for a whispered story. That story, you know, could have changed the world. You let the thought settle like a feather on the wind. The wind carries you, gentle and unwavering. You breathe in, tasting the earthy aroma of morning. You breathe out, releasing tension, like steam from a cup. The sound of your exhale merges with the river's hush. You feel a gentle pulse, matching the rhythm of your heart. The world feels vast yet tender, a paradox of calm. You notice a shadow moving, a rabbit, curious and quiet. It hops close, sniffing the ground, leaving a gentle track. You watch, feeling the animal's heartbeat echo your own. A sense of kinship rises, as if the world is a shared dream. You realize the estate, the trees, the animals all breathe together. You sit, absorbing a quiet chorus of life. The sun warms your skin, bright as a lullaby's golden thread. You close your eyes, feeling the day melt into a gentle lull. You hear the distant call of a pigeon, echoing like a choir. Its song blends with the rustle, a natural symphony of the estate. You smile, realizing the world has a soundtrack, even in stillness. You think about a friend's humorous quip about how the house keeps secrets. She laughed, saying, "It is the loudest gossip in town." You chuckle, picturing the house with its own gossiping walls. The feeling of shared jokes makes the space feel almost alive. You lean against the statue, feeling the stone cold under your hand. The texture is rough, with faint grooves that trace forgotten names. You wonder if the stone remembered every visitor that passed this way. You close your eyes again, letting the silence speak in its own language. The air tastes like fresh rosemary and the distant sea. You inhale, feeling a swirl of history in each breath. You exhale, releasing the weight of yesterday, making room for tomorrow. A distant rooster crowing in the orchard signals the village's daily rhythm. You listen to the crow, its call sharp and comforting. You think of how morning calls have guided explorers across oceans. The rhythm of the rooster syncs with your own breath, a simple song. You feel a gratitude not inside, soothing as a warm blanket. You open your eyes slowly, the light now a warm glow. Around you, the estate settles into a tranquil hush as day ends. You lift your gaze to the sky, where clouds drift like lazy thoughts. The sun, the gentle orange wheel, nudges the cypresses into soft conversation. Leaves rustle, each crack a note in an ancient lullaby. You inhale, feeling the melody seep into your bones. The wind, a conspirator, carries those notes to distant horizons. Soft murmurs echo like a choir of invisible crickets. Every sigh of the leaves feels like an ancient storyteller. You trace the rhythm with your eyes, mapping each vibration. Some say the cypresses hum when moonlight touches the bark. Such a fringe claim has made the village's lore oddly romantic. You chuckle softly, wondering if the trees have a private club. The ancient coins you found whisper ancient dynastic secrets. Historians still argue whether they hail from a forgotten local kingdom. A mainstream fact, the Battle of Manzikert in 1071 shifted Anatolia's control. The wind bends the leaves, causing them to tap a rhythmic tap. You imagine a drum, but the sound is softer, a gentle sigh. This sigh feels like 1,000 tiny hearts speaking softly. Leaves flutter, creating a whispering choir louder than any human voice. You feel your breath sink, drifting with the wind's melody. A distant birdong is heard, a note that blends into the lullaby. You lean closer, the bird's song tastes like honeyed summer. Your heart echoes that rhythm, beating in phase with the breeze. You smile, feeling the calm seep into your shoulders. The breeze lifts your thoughts like a feather on a gentle gust. You think of the open debate, what songs were actually sung and what was imagined. Is the music ancient, or is it the wind's imagination playing tricks? You shrug, letting the wind's tune soothe your doubts. Leaves continue to ripple like a choir of translucent butterflies. Your fingers trace the bark's grooves, feeling its age through the patina. You note that each groove might conceal tiny secrets, like old love letters. Maybe this is why the locals keep secrets within the tree's bark. A joke flashes. If bark had a diary, it'd smell like old forests. You chuckle, envisioning a diary bound in bark. The wind hums, blending a soft lull with a quiet chuckle of the trees. You pause, feeling the breeze tickle your fingertips. It feels like invisible brushes painting calm across your skin. You close your eyes, letting the scent of wind merge with your breath. The world distills into a single, slow heartbeat. Leaves above sway, creating a gentle sway, like a cradle. You feel your pulse harmonize with that rhythm. Your thoughts drift upward, following the wind's soft trail. The sky above is a washed canvas of soft blues. A distant flock of sparrows flies their silhouettes tracing the horizon. Their wings flutter, echoing the rhythm of your own breathing. You laugh softly, the sound mingling with the wind. The trees seem to nod, a slow wave across the groves. It's a subtle reminder that nature keeps time without clocks. You imagine a scene, a soldier listening to wind outside a fort. The wind's lullaby comforts them more than any lullaby sung by a mother. It's like a secret lull from the ancient world. You feel the wind's arms wrap around your shoulders. The chill of stone against your skin adds depth to the experience. Leaves rustle softly, and you sense an unseen rhythm beneath. It's as if the entire estate breathes in sync. You notice a small patch of moss under a fallen branch. Its green hue brightens your path like a hidden lantern. You pause to trace it, feeling the texture of living earth. Moss, you realize, absorbs sound, turning noise into silence. The wind glides through, whispering its secret lull. It reminds you that all sounds can be turned into peace. Your ears drift open to the rustle, the whisper, the sigh. In each sound, you find a thread of time. You think of the ancient scholars who measured time by wind. Their instruments were simple, yet their insights profound. You lean back against the bark, feeling relaxed. The wind continues, carrying the distant echo of a drum. You imagine that drum is from a distant tribe, perhaps in Anatolia. The beat is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You smile, letting the rhythm fill your chest. Each pulse of the wind sounds like a soft, distant clap. You close your eyes again, immersing yourself in the soundscape. The trees sway, their leaves dancing to the wind's lull. You hear the faint click of water in the distant stream. You know that stream in the village was a place of worship for centuries. The sound feels almost ceremonial, a ritual of nature and humans intertwining. Your chest feels lighter, as if the wind lifted a stone from your heart. You think of the open question: does memory survive in the wind or in stone? You don't have an answer, but you enjoy the mystery. Around you, cypresses whisper, a gentle chorus that lingers. You feel a connection to each whisper, as if they were lullabies from the past. You imagine the voices of previous generations echoing through the leaves. Their whispers form a tapestry, stitched with wind and time. The air above shimmers with the breeze's soft hum. You breathe in, letting the hush of forest embrace you. Your mind stirs, but not in a noisy way. It is still, calm. You think the trees' whisper might match your own heartbeat. You close your eyes, listening to the wind and your pulse. You feel a sense of unity, the forest and you breathing together. The quiet deepens, and the world reduces to just you and sound. You smile softly, the smile of someone who knows how to listen. You hear the wind play a melody that sounds like a lullaby from a distant temple. Your heart feels full, as if holding the whole grove inside. You sense that the wind is not just sound, it is presence. It's a presence that guides you like a hand in the dark. You feel that guidance, and it calms all doubt. The wind's lullaby now fills your breathing a steady beat. You think of the old proverb that says, "When the wind sings, the earth listens." You remember the story of the fisherman who followed the wind's song. The fisherman, according to lore, found a hidden cove where the sea sang back. You feel the analogy of your own journey, guided by wind and sound. You feel lighter, as if the wind lifted a weight from you. You take a deep breath, inhaling the pure air. You exhale slowly, letting the wind carry your worries away. The leaves above ripple gently, as if applauding your release. You smile at this quiet, a gentle acknowledgement of tranquility. The wind's song now feels like a hymn, soft, steady, grounding. You sink deeper into the ground, feeling rooted. You feel the earth beneath, a living heartbeat. The wind continues, gentle as a mother's lull. You feel the pulse of the world, a slow and steady calm. You think the wind keeps time for you and the earth without a watch. The rhythm is your companion, a quiet anchor. You breathe in, filling your lungs with the forest scent. You feel that scent wrap around you like a light blanket. You close your eyes once more, listening for the wind's song. The breeze lifts, stirring the leaves in a low melody. You feel your body easing, surrendering to the tranquil rhythm. You become one with the forest, a breath in the song. The night approaches, but the breeze stays just as gentle. You smile, knowing the wind will accompany you into sleep. You feel the hush grow, a blanket covering all sound. Every breath becomes a lullaby, every heartbeat a soft drum. You realize that the wind is not just a sound, it is a companion. You are ready to surrender, to allow night's soft song to carry you. You lift your gaze to the sky, where clouds drift like lazy thoughts. The moon, the gentle orange wheel, nudges the cypresses into soft conversation. Leaves rustle, each crack a note in an ancient lullaby. You inhale, feeling the melody seep into your bones. The wind, a conspirator, carries those notes to distant horizons. Soft murmurs echo like a choir of invisible crickets. Every sigh of the leaves feels like an ancient storyteller. You trace the rhythm with your eyes, mapping each vibration. Some say the cypresses hum when moonlight touches the bark. Such a fringe claim has made the village's lore oddly romantic. You chuckle softly, wondering if the trees have a private club. The ancient coins you found whisper ancient dynastic secrets. Historians still argue whether the ancient river chants were written by poets before clocks were invented. A mainstream fact: the Battle of Manzikert in 1071 shifted Anatolia's control. The wind bends the leaves, causing them to tap a rhythmic tap. You imagine a drum, but the sound is softer, a gentle sigh. It feels like 1,000 tiny hearts speaking softly. Leaves flutter, creating a whispering choir louder than any human voice. You feel your breath sink, drifting with the wind's melody. A distant birdong is heard, a note that blends into the lullaby. You lean closer. The bird's song tastes like honeyed summer. Your heart echoes that rhythm, beating in phase with the breeze. You smile, feeling the calm seep into your shoulders. The breeze lifts your thoughts like a feather on a gentle gust. You think of the open debate, what songs were actually sung and what was imagined. Is the music ancient, or is it the wind's imagination playing tricks? You shrug, letting the wind's tune soothe your doubts. Leaves continue to ripple like a choir of translucent butterflies. Your fingers trace the bark's grooves, feeling its age through the patina. You note that each groove might conceal tiny secrets, like old love letters. Maybe this is why the locals keep secrets within the tree's bark. A joke flashes: if bark had a diary, it'd smell like old forests. You chuckle, envisioning a diary bound in bark. The wind hums, blending a soft lull with a quiet chuckle of the trees. You pause, feeling the breeze tickle your fingertips. It feels like invisible brushes painting calm across your skin. You close your eyes, letting the scent of wind merge with your breath. The world distills into a single, slow heartbeat. Leaves above sway, creating a gentle sway, like a cradle. You feel your pulse harmonize with that rhythm. Your thoughts drift upward, following the wind's soft trail. The sky above is a washed canvas of soft blues. A distant flock of sparrows flies, their silhouettes tracing the horizon. Their wings flutter, echoing the rhythm of your own breathing. You laugh softly, the sound mingling with the wind. The trees seem to nod, a slow wave across the groves. It's a subtle reminder that nature keeps time without clocks. You imagine the rivers murmur, the voice of a patient river, a gentle guide. The river continues, a steady heartbeat beneath your slumbering mind. You begin to count the waves, each rise and fall a breath. You realize the pattern mirrors the lullaby of riverscape. The river's murmur is a gentle cradle for the soul. A small fish swims by, leaving a shimmering trail of moonlit water. You smile, knowing the world will carry us through the night. You notice the riverbank softening, its edges like a gentle blanket. Your thoughts become gentle, aligning with the rhythm of the water. A distant owl hoots, a comforting reminder of the forest's heart. You inhale the crispness of night, feeling it cleanse your lungs. The moon rises higher, its glow turning the river into liquid silver. You feel the silver cascade over you, cool and soothing. The river's murmurs seem like a lull that hums with stars. You close your eyes, feeling a sense of calm wash over you. The wind shivers, stirring leaves, creating a gentle rustling chorus. You taste the night air, noting hints of stone and pine. A small crickety sound rises, a distant river running through a cave. You feel the presence of a hidden world beneath the surface. The river's voice is a steady pulse, gentle and relentless. You listen closely, as if the water is whispering a secret. The sound is like a heartbeat, slow and reassuring. You imagine the river as a storyteller, narrating each current. Its stories are simple, yet they echo in every stone downstream. You feel your mind slow, aligning to the rhythm of water. The river continues to murmur, inviting a soft surrender. You lie there, a part of the flowing dream. The breeze whispers, a chorus that soothes your dreams. You feel the world quiet, like a closed book. The river's silence becomes an embrace, warm and cool. You feel your eyelids grow heavier, each blink a sigh. The water's lullaby wraps around your being, a soft pillow. You inhale, exhale, letting each breath align with the stream. The rhythm becomes your pulse, a lull that never ends. You feel the world fade, becoming a tapestry of water and light. The river's murmur echoes your heartbeat, a soft reassurance. You realize you're part of something bigger, a living melody. The river continues, a constant that steadies your mind. You drift deeper, your thoughts dissolving into a soft silence. The world is hushed, the river your only companion. You close your eyes, trusting the water's lull to guide you. You feel a gentle warmth, the river's coolness now soothing. You release the world's noise, surrendering to the night. The river's murmur becomes a dream, a soft waterfall of thoughts. You listen, feeling the world align with the water's pulse. You fall into sleep, the water carrying your worries away. The night embraces you, the river hums softly beside your dreams. You awaken in a new rhythm, feeling refreshed and calm. You look at the river, now a shimmering ribbon of moonlight. The day feels whole again, gentle and peaceful. You smile, grateful for the river's patient lull. You walk back to the estate, hearing the river's soft farewell. The path is lined with stones that echo with each step. Your breath is steady, matching the river's rhythm. You pause by a stone that seems to hum. The hum feels like a secret, a lull for the soul. You touch the stone, feeling a coolness that spreads. It is a little echo of the river's murmur. You smile, knowing the forest listens too. A gentle breeze wafts through the leaves, a breath of fresh night. You inhale the mixture of wood, stone, and water. The air is cool, a reminder of the river's embrace. You feel the night's calm, as if the sky itself is holding your breath. The stars rise, each a tiny lantern overhead. You feel their light, steady and bright. A distant dog barks, a greeting to the night. You laugh softly, shaking off the day's weight. The river's murmur continues, a slow pulse beneath your feet. You realize in that pulse is the rhythm of your own heartbeat. You let the current of the river guide you in stillness. You take a deep breath, releasing all tension with a sigh. The water's hush surrounds you, a gentle blanket of sound. You feel the river's ancient song, a timeless lullaby. The river remembers every visitor, storing memories like a library. You feel as though the river is a friend, speaking softly. The silence is reassuring, like a known melody. You open your eyes, feeling calm. You step forward, ready to explore more of the estate. The path ahead is shrouded in gentle mist. You take a breath, feeling your pulse steady again. The wind whispers promises of hidden wonders. You smile, the mystery of the river echoing in your mind. You continue walking, the river's sound a quiet guide. The night deepens, the sky a velvet canvas. You feel the warmth of the earth under your feet. You pause, letting the river's murmur soak into your soul. It feels like a gentle brushstroke, painting calm across your thoughts. You breathe, closing your eyelids, trusting the river's lull to carry you. The river's sound is a soft lullaby, a companion in darkness. You drift into sleep. The waters whisper a comforting blanket. You feel the world soften, leaving a gentle afterglow. The river's murmur echoes, a lull that will wake you anew. You sleep. The river around you sings and dream. You wake at dawn, feeling the river's calmness still within. You smile, ready to return to your day. You lift your gaze to the sky, where clouds drift like lazy thoughts. The moon, the gentle orange wheel, nudges the cypresses into soft conversation. Leaves rustle, each crack a note in an ancient lullaby. You inhale, feeling the melody seep into your bones. You pause, taking a breath filled with the sweet scent of decay. The air smells half of blossoms and half of soil. You notice a tiny nest of beetles hidden in a petal. A memory surfaces, the last time you walked through these ruins. They said the petals were gifts from a forgotten goddess. The idea feels like a whisper, almost too poetic to believe. You flick a petal into the air, watching it drift. It lands softly on your palm, a tiny, fragile brush. You feel the texture like a living piece of parchment. A sudden breeze lifts more petals, swirling them in miniature eddies. They dance around your ankles, turning a mundane walk into a ballet. You grin, almost forgetting your purpose of silent exploration. You remember the odd tale of the petal priests of nearby villages. They claimed falling petals foretold harvests and hidden fortunes. The story feels as weighty as the petals themselves. You lift another fallen leaf, tracing its veins with your finger. It feels like an ancient map, its lines a guide. You imagine the path the petals took to land here. The path is rough, yet the petals have worn its edges softly. Your steps echo faintly against the stone, a gentle rhythm. You pause, listening for hidden whispers along the trail. It feels as if the ground itself breathes, exhaling a sigh. You sense a faint, rhythmic thump beneath the gravel. You follow the thump, curiosity nudging you onward. The thump becomes a drumbeat, guiding each step forward. It reminds you of ancient festivals, songs without words. You hum softly, matching the rhythm as if playing along. The petals glow slightly, revealing their true colors in low light. A soft sheen makes them look like tiny lanterns. You step lightly, feeling as if you were in a dream. A distant sound catches your ears, a rustle of leaves. The rustle turns into a melodic pattern, a lull in motion. The sound feels like a warm hug for your ears. You think of ancient travelers who might have felt the same. They would have carried stories, whispers passed through generations. You smile, imagining each traveler as a whispering echo of time. You notice a small, weathered stone set in the path. It feels cool underneath your fingertips, ancient heat absorbed. You press your hand against it, feeling a pulse. The pulse matches the thump you heard earlier, a reminder of rhythm. You pause, listening for changes in the heartbeat of the earth. A subtle shift makes the thump feel softer, like a distant drum. The rhythm pulls you deeper into the path, almost hypnotic. Your mind begins to sway, following the steady pulse. You feel a sense of ease, a gentle surrender to the scene. The petals around you settle, turning the path into a carpet of memory. You trace the line left by each fallen petal, following a silent trail. It seems to lead to a small clearing where the air feels calmer. A gentle breeze brings a scent of lavender and old timber. You breathe deep, feeling the fragrance soothe your nerves. You pause, allowing the aroma to fill your senses fully. A quiet silence falls, broken only by the distant call of an owl. You feel the owl's call as a bass note in a lullaby. The sound stretches the air, letting you drift almost as if sleeping. You lean back against the trunk of a nearby cypress. Its bark feels rough, yet warm, like a hand that offers comfort. You close your eyes briefly, listening to the rustle of leaves. The rustle seems to sync with your heartbeat, a natural metronome. You inhale, feeling each breath resonate with the forest's rhythm. You exhale, feeling a release of tension and a weight of peace. You notice a faint glow behind the trunk, like a hidden firefly. It flickers, dancing along the bark, casting tiny shadows. The shadows move gently, as if performing a quiet ballet. You feel a subtle shift in the air temperature, cooling your skin. This coolness acts like a gentle hand, caressing you softly. Your thoughts begin to calm, settling into a whispering rhythm. You remember the phrase you heard earlier. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. You laugh, recognizing the absurdity of that strange advice. It feels like a secret joke shared with someone far away. You wonder if these odd tales were passed through hands, whispered from ear to ear. Perhaps the stories are as old as the stones that surround us. In any case, the stone path under your feet feels alive. You take a breath, letting the rhythm of the petals cradle your mind. The petals flutter, forming a soft canopy of color and light. You find a quiet spot between two trunks, surrounded by petals. You lie back, letting your head rest against the bark. The bark feels rough against your cheek, but comforting. Your body begins to yield to the soft earth, drawing you close. You feel the gentle pressure of the soil, like a cradle. Your breathing slows, matching the slow thump beneath the path. A light wind stirs, bringing a faint scent of pine needles. It mixes with the petrichor from earlier, creating a complex perfume. The scent triggers a memory of childhood hikes, carefree and bright. You smile softly, the memory feeling like a warm blanket. You feel a deep sense of belonging to this ancient place. The petals around you are now almost transparent, as if they have merged into the air. You look up, seeing the sky painted in soft pastel colors. The clouds drift slowly, like lazy thoughts, washing away the noise. You think of the phrase you heard earlier about sunscreen made from crocodile dung. It feels absurd, yet oddly amusing in this tranquil setting. You consider that life often hides humor beneath solemnity. Perhaps this is a reminder that even ancient places laugh. You pause, hearing the earth breathe beneath your body. You feel a pulse, subtle but undeniable, vibrating through your feet. You think about the history of this path, winding through centuries. You recall the mainstream fact that the Romans built roads across Anatolia. It is a reminder of how human footsteps leave traces. You imagine those ancient travelers feeling the same breeze. Their feet, though different, follow the same rhythm under the ground. You feel the faint warmth of the earth, a comfort that connects you to past. You think of the quiet conversation between petals and wind. You notice that each petal seems to whisper, a language without words. You realize how this small ritual of watching petals can be a meditation. A gentle thought enters you. Is history made of moments or memories? You smile, knowing that both are true in their own way. You recall a quirky tidbit. Some believe that fallen petals hold tiny seeds of luck. The idea is whimsical, but you feel a spark of hope. You wonder if anyone has ever tried to grow trees from these petal seeds. It sounds like a story for a dreamscape, yet you imagine a garden blooming in your mind. You keep breathing, feeling each inhale a tiny wave that washes away tension. Your exhale is a gentle release, letting the day drift away. Historians still argue whether petals were deliberately placed or merely natural, an open debate. You feel the curiosity stir, yet peace settles around you. You realize that the path, the petals, and your breath form an album of quiet sounds. Each note is a whisper, a memory, a possibility. You feel the weight of nothing, a lightness you hadn't known. You smile, feeling the softness of the surrounding world. The breeze carries a faint scent of stone and distant water. You think of the phrase you heard about sunscreen made from crocodile dung. It feels ridiculous, yet it reminds you that humor blooms even in silence. You feel a gentle giggle erupt, but it stays small and safe against your skin. You are still breathing, slow, steady, a rhythm that is yours alone. You close your eyes, letting the light of the setting sun filter through your eyelids. The world dims, a gentle slide into quiet. You are still in a quiet place, at home, but a world away. You breathe again, deeper, feeling the peace settle into your bones. You feel ready to continue your journey or to stay just a little while more. You keep your eyes open, watching the last rays paint the sky. You smile once more, a quiet echo of contentment. You pause, a final breath, before stepping toward the next path. The path invites you, leading toward a garden of petals yet to bloom. You begin again, following where the soft light takes you. You step forward into the gentle continuation of your quiet afternoon. You step lightly across the moss-covered path. Branches twine overhead, forming a living canopy that laughs when the wind whistles. The oaks whisper in a chorus that sounds like a lullaby written for sleepy heads. You pause, letting the hush settle between your ears and the earth's soft pulse. Your sneakers sink into damp soil as you trail behind a rustling rhythm. A cluster of acorns slides past your toes, their shells cracking like tiny drumbeats. You lean closer, feeling the oak's ancient bark as if it were a worn journal. Experts think that the rings inside each trunk hold weathered secrets of every season. In fact, one ancient oak in this grove was used as a calendar by early traders. You hear a faint creak, the wind turning the old branch into a guitar string. Your mind laughs at the absurd image, but the sound feels oddly comforting. You whisper a joke about squirrels on stage, and the leaves applaud with rustles. Experts think that some of the noise might be the forest's way of saying hello. The conversation continues, each oaken voice deeper than the last, yet all in perfect harmony. Your footsteps echo down the narrow trail, like a rhythmic drum line of the forest. A silver ant follows a leaf and takes a dramatic leaf juggle before disappearing. You chuckle, imagining ants in tiny hats, balancing on the branches. Historians still argue whether oak trees communicate across centuries or simply mimic wind patterns. One fringe tidbit says the oak's root network can store whispers of distant rain. You test the theory, pressing a finger to the bark, feeling a subtle pulse. The pulse is a heartbeat of the grove, synchronized with the evening stars. You smile, realizing that your presence, though small, echoes within the ancient silence. The oaks nod silently, acknowledging your curiosity with a rustle so gentle it feels like a sigh. You hear the river in the distance, its sound a steady rhythm that soothes every fiber. The wind carries notes of distant drums, a reminder of old tribal celebrations in Anatolia. Historians still argue whether those drums date back to when the area was under the great Persian Empire. You feel the rhythm within you, like a heartbeat synchronized with ancient footsteps. You close your eyes, letting the river's song merge with the tree's quiet lull. You stand still, allowing the forest to be a blanket that swallows all noises. The trees whisper, and you feel each word wrap around you like a warm quilt. You breathe in, feeling a sense of unity with the earth, as if you belong. You exhale, and the exhale becomes a sigh that joins the chorus of the woods. You realize that each breath is a note in this living, breathing ballad. The oaks sway as a response, greeting your presence with a gentle rustle. You feel the earth's pulse, a steady throb that matches your heartbeat. You pause, closing your eyes, feeling the silence become a blanket over your thoughts. You recall a childhood promise you made to a tree, and it feels nostalgic. The memory tastes like warm cinnamon, the scent of a forest fire forgotten. You smile, remembering the joke about the squirrel that once stole a hat. You grin, thinking of the absurdity of a marsupial fashion choice. The forest laughs with you, the leaves rustling like applause for the joke. You close your eyes again, letting the silence fill you with peace. The forest's hush becomes your lullaby, a gentle cocoon that cradles your mind. You feel the soft wind brushing your cheek, cool against the heat of afternoon. You imagine a river of starlight flowing through the branches, each leaf a tiny lantern. The light flickers, matching your breathing, weaving a tapestry of calm. You exhale slowly, feeling the forest's breath merge with your own. You feel the world soften, becoming a gentle echo of the tree's soft song. You breathe in deeply, tasting the hint of pine and earth as they mingle. The scent carries a memory of winter nights when the forest was wrapped in silence. You let the silence settle, as if the trees are giving you a gentle hug. You feel the earth's pulse, a soft thrum that keeps you grounded. The moment lingers, a fragile harmony between mind, breath, and the living ground. You turn your head toward the sky, feeling the last rays of sun kiss you. The light dissolves, leaving a gentle twilight that embraces the forest. You let the twilight seep into your skin, a silent promise of rest. The forest's breath is steady, a lullaby that wraps around your chest. The day ends, but your mind remains open, ready for the next quiet wander. You think of the oaks as sentinels, watching over your journey like patient guardians. You hear their rustle, a choir that rises and falls with your own breathing. You feel the harmony, a gentle rhythm that syncs with your heartbeat. You let go, trusting the forest to protect you as you drift toward sleep. The last line of the day softly whispers you into a world woven from moss and dream. You sense the night sky brushing against your eyelids with a velvet hush. A distant owl's call echoes, a soft reminder that the forest watches all. You let your mind float, drifting on the gentle sway of branches. The trees sigh, and the world feels like a lullaby waiting to be sung. The scent of summer nectar drifts down the path like a whispered promise. You inhale the sweetness, and the world slows, a gentle, fragrant hush. If you could taste dew, it would feel like sunshine in liquid form. You find the dew on leaves, crisp as a fresh memory. Close your eyes and let the nectar lull you into curiosity, a sweet dream. Your tongue tastes the buzz of bees, each droplet a tiny buzz. You almost think the cypresses produce their own hummingbird fragrance, just for you. The cypresses hum, a low note that matches the beat of your heart. You step onto a smooth stone, glistening from morning drops. It feels warm, as if the stone carries the memory of a sunrise. Your mind dances with the idea that this place remembers centuries of wind. You feel the ground pulse, tiny vibrations echoing in your ears. All these sights make the trail feel alive, like a living story. A quick breeze carries a hint of pine, salt, and distant waves. It tastes like a vacation you never took, but will dream of later. Your body relaxes further, muscles loosening like branches in a storm. You feel the slow pulse of the earth, a rhythm that matches a distant drum. The night hums, a choir of hidden voices in the dark. You drift gently toward a state where thought is a feather. Your breath deepens, a slow wave washing away the waking world. The soft murmur of the river reaches you through the ground, an underworld choir. You feel the river's song seep into your marrow, an ancient lullaby. It stirs a memory of summer nights by firelight, of stories shared. You whisper a thank you, a quiet echo in the silent woods. The woods respond, the breeze swirling like a hand swinging hammock. Your mind loosens, each thought folding like paper into a delicate origami. You feel the quiet space between breaths, like a soft pause in a song. At each pause, a lullaby of leaves and wind whispers. The night thickens, like a quilt stitched from shadows and moonlight. You press your palm to your chest, feeling the slow rise and fall. Your heart echoes the rhythm of the earth's own breathing, steady and kind. You inhale confidence, exhale wonder, and let each breath dissolve into night. A gentle chill slides across your skin, a reminder that day has passed. The cool air is scented with jasmine, the same scent found at the castle's palace garden. You think of the castle's long walls, echoing with history. The history folds into the night, like a quilt of memories. Your thoughts settle, each one a note in the nocturnal symphony. You feel the world pull you toward a dream in gentle waves. With your eyes closed, the forest sighs, breathing you deeper. The whisper of the cypresses joins a chorus of soft dreams. You rest, feeling the world's hands guide you into a peaceful hush. The night grows deeper, the darkness a velvet canvas. You pause, hearing a gentle breeze that sings a lullaby. It carries a memory of distant summers, of rivers, of joy. You inhale the scent, soft, warm, familiar, and you know it will stay. The air settles, the world quiet, ready to drift beneath its own blanket. You surrender to the deep, quiet, and the night takes you. Your heart beats in time with the earth, a soft drum under the stars. This rhythm lulls you, closing the day's eyes as gently as a blanket. You find yourself in a place where dreams bloom, unguarded. Each thought dissolves, leaving you in a calm, endless hush. You smile, even as your mind fades, knowing you are safe. And you drift, like a leaf on a quiet stream, into the night. Ephesus, near the estate, was a bustling Greek port in the ancient world. Some villagers claim that dew collected from cypress leaves stores the sea's lullaby. The rustling leaves form a soft choir that settles around you. You count each note like a lullaby, hearing it in your chest. The rhythm swells, like a tide rising over quiet shores. Your breath matches the swell, slow as a sunset. You let the night carry your thoughts away, light as feather. You know that each droplet of dew holds a secret memory of the sea. The forest remembers your presence, and it sends a quiet applause. Your lips curl with a faint smile, knowing you are part of this silence. You feel the nights lull deeper, like a blanket of cool rain. You release tension from your shoulders, letting it melt into the air. The wind whispers, "You're safe, you're calm, you're loved." You hear it echo, like a soft echo in a canyon, comforting. Your eyelids grow heavy, each blink slower than the last. You close them fully, the world shrinking to a hush. Your mind is a pool, calm and still, reflecting the stars. You feel the quiet pull, like a magnetic field of dreams. Your heart is steady, beating in sync with the quiet forest. You think of a child sleeping peacefully, holding a cup of dream. You smile, knowing you carry that same gentle quiet inside. The night is a blanket, and you are the center of it. No one can interrupt this quiet. No sound can break the bond. You rest, breathing slowly, the rhythm of your body calming. All that matters is this moment, as gentle as a hand stroke. You feel a sense of gratitude for the serenity you found. Your thoughts are like stars, fading gently until only silence remains. You sink deeper into the night, like a seed dropping into soil. The world holds a breath, waiting for the next dawn. You smile as you sleep, knowing the world will stay gentle. A quiet whisper of wind says, "Good night, friend." You feel the wind wrap around you, a feather-light caress. The night embraces all, including you. With its gentle hush, you close your eyes into dreams, the forest's lullaby guiding you gently. The light filters through green glass, tiny kaleidoscopes dance on the path ahead. You pause, feeling the coolness kiss your fingertips like a gentle hand. The sun, shy at first, pours golden threads that curl into silver ribbons. Each thread catches the breath of leaves, humming a soft, unseen lullaby. You breathe in the scent of pine and damp earth, a perfume that feels like home. The light seems to paint the grass in shifting green and gold swirls. You think about how ancient travelers might have read these patterns to find their way. Maybe they believed the leaves were little mirrors reflecting truth. Now, just like your YouTube channel's comment section, full of questions, you wonder where the light comes from. The answer is simple. The sun, of course, but you can tease it with science. Remember when you tried a science experiment? The outcome was a mess, but you didn't give up. That same curious spirit now lets you savor the light's playful trick. You touch a leaf, feeling its damp texture like a secret handshake. The leaf shivers, a response to the warm breath of the afternoon. Imagine the leaf as a tiny camera capturing the day in slow-mo. It records the gold that spills on stone, the rustling of the cypresses, and the distant song of the river echo. You wonder how the forest knows what sunlight looks like before it arrives. Scientists say plants have a kind of memory, a biophoto response. It lets leaves adjust so they never waste a speck of light. You chuckle softly, thinking of that quirky blog that claimed trees can talk. The blog called itself Tree Whisperers United, though no phone number survived. The idea is a fringe tidbit that still makes some hikers laugh. You pause, looking up, and see how the sunlight dances on the bark. That bark feels like 1,000 tiny mirrors reflecting different moods. The pattern changes with every breath of wind, shifting light and shadow. You sense a rhythm, a pulse that matches your own heartbeats. It's calming, like listening to a piano tuned by nature. The sun's rays are the metronome of this living concert. You stretch out a hand, feeling the coolness of the shade. Your palm meets a leaf that still glows with morning dew. The dew droplets look tiny diamonds, suspended between warm sunlight and cool air. You sip the dew, and it tastes like a bright memory of sunrise. The taste sends a wave through your nervous system, releasing calm. It feels like a reset button that the forest has built. As you walk, you notice how the light frames each step. Shadows stretch, then fall like shy curtains on a stage. The view feels intimate, like reading a note in a love letter from nature. You pause, listening to the quiet chatter of insects, a living radio. It's a symphony that plays only in this green theater, no tickets required. You realize sunlight is not just light, it's a spotlight for life. Each beam invites a different creature to dance in its glow. You hear a hummingbird hover nearby, its wings a blur. A fox watches from behind a rock, curious, not frightened. The fox seems to nod, agreeing that this light is special. You smile, realizing that small moments like these are priceless gifts. Time moves slowly here. Your watch is no longer relevant. The hour hand is a mere rumor whispered by the wind. You close your eyes, feeling the warmth of sun on your back. A gentle breeze slides across the shoulders, like a hand that knows how to soothe. There is a soft hum that runs through the trunk, perhaps a secret code. Some say the code is an ancient language. Most just enjoy the sound. You remember reading an article that cypresses whisper in Morse code to each other. Historians still argue whether the Morse whispers were intentional or just the wind. Regardless, the whisper feels like a lullaby written by ancient bark. The sun lowers its angle, stretching the light further across the path. Your shadows merge with the trees, a seamless tapestry of dark and bright. You feel the last warmth melt, leaving a faint sensation of coolness. This journey through light, shade, and gentle hum concludes, but you remain. Now feel the faint echo of a distant drum beating softly against the horizon. It reminds you that even the sky has a rhythm you can't ignore. You imagine the ancient world, the wind whispering stories through stone. There is a subtle vibration underfoot, like traffic on a forest highway. You shake your head, humorously thinking your boots might be on fire. The world replies with a gentle rustle, a gentle tap on your back. You exhale, feeling your body loosen like a hammock on a lazy day. The cypresses sway, as if they're dancing to a tune only they can hear. Your ears pick up a distant chuckle, perhaps from another wanderer. You wonder if the chuckle is your own voice, echoing back. The answer slides away, like a butterfly that prefers solitude. You press a hand to your throat, feeling your pulse beat a steady drum. This heart rhythm aligns with the forest's own breathing, calming you further. The light at the horizon slants, casting a gradient of orange across the canopy. You feel the day's exhaustion, pulling your senses toward a gentle rest. A quiet wind whispers, reminding you that even the trees need a good night's rest. You laugh softly, realizing the joke is that your brain thinks in puns. It might be a sign that you're in the same boat. You feel a warmth from deep inside, as if the sun's blessing stayed with you. You imagine a sunrise you've never seen yet, just for you. The forest listens, its leaves whispering answers you don't yet need. You breathe in calm, inhale a scent of cedar, exhale a sigh of content. The wind carries the echo of distant drums, rhythmic and comforting. You notice a leaf falling, slow as a thought, landing softly. It becomes a marker of time, marking the moment you're in. You feel the path grow darker, the shadows thickening like velvet. The forest hums louder, its breath forming a lullaby of wood and moss. You slip a hand into the soil, feeling the coolness seep through. The earth tastes faintly of rain, a promise of tomorrow's clarity. You think about how we, as humans, often forget the quiet between the noise. The answer, gently remembered, is the breath you share with the woods. You smile, feeling the world wrap around you like a blanket. No phone, no notification, only the soft tick of your own pulse. The sun, now a crescent, casts a small moonlight across your path. You keep walking, letting the ground guide your feet toward the heart of day's goodbye. Your shadow stretches, becoming a companion in the dim glow. You notice a moth, its wings fluttering against the dying light. It seems to say, "Stay with me a while, the night is young." You nod, feeling the connection strengthen like old friends reuniting. The forest keeps singing, its chorus rising with each small creature. You sit for now, the ground beneath, a cradle of earth. The wind whispers lullabies, a rhythm that feels like a long hug. You close your eyes, listening to the forest's breathing. The light dips lower, painting the world purple and soft. You feel the gentle pull of moonrise, promising dreams. Your body relaxes, muscles melting into the air. The forest hums a final chord, a soft promise of tomorrow. You open your mouth, whispering thanks to the woods and the sky. Each word feels like a feather falling gently over your head. You let them sink, and the world grows quieter still. You feel weightless, floating above the earth's slow breath. A star flickers in the distance, a tiny lighthouse for the night. You hear a distant drum echoing from the forest's heart. It reminds you that life pulses in every leaf, song, and shadow. Your breathing slows, synchronized with the forest's nightly rhythm. You feel the moment stretch, a soft, endless hug. You close your eyes again, breathing out the day's last light. The path behind you hums softly, a lullaby of stone and shadow. You walk toward the quiet, heart full, a gentle farewell whispered to the earth, and as you step, the world sighs, welcoming you to sleep. You step lightly into a circle of cypresses, their needles whispering secrets about the day. The shade they offer feels almost therapeutic, a gentle pillow for your tired thoughts. A breeze drifts through, carrying the distant scent of olive orchards and wild thyme. You pause, letting the coolness seep through the bark, grounding you in the present moment. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. You laughed, but the heat stayed surprisingly warm. The leaves above rustle softly, as though the estate itself is humming a lullaby. It feels more like a blanket than a song, smoothing every tense line of your mind. The cypresses have stood beside Roman aqueducts that crossed Anatolia, supplying water to cities across Europe. You wonder if ancient travelers whispered to these trees, hoping to find their way. The wind carries a hint of old parchment, as if history itself sighs. There's a quiet humor in watching a cactus nearby offer a cactus joke to a leaf. You chuckle, remembering the clip about trees that can talk, a fringe tidbit that still raises smiles. That clip claimed cypress fibers could record sound, storing memories like tiny batteries. Historians still argue whether the ancient cypresses sang in old tongues, echoing myths from before. The debate lingers, but the leaves still whisper regardless of linguistic truth. You lean deeper into the circle, hearing each creak as a secret handshake. The afternoon light dapples across your face, like 1,000 tiny suns colliding gently. Your mind wanders to ancient maps, to routes drawn by weary shepherds. The rustling leaves seem to trace those same paths in the soft soil. A butterfly flits past, its wings a blur of color, almost too fast to see. You pause again, feeling the quiet grow, like a drumbeat inside your chest. The cypress needles feel soft against your neck, a natural massage for weary muscles. The breeze now carries a faint scent of pine resin, stirring old memories. You wonder if the trees remember, perhaps recording every step they witness. Historians still argue whether botanical memory is a myth or a living archive. The sun leans lower, casting long shadows that dance on the stones. You step lightly, leaving footprints that melt into the earth like whispers. A distant drone of a heron calls, reminding you that life here thrives. The afternoon slowly turns to a golden dusk, the cypresses glowing like lanterns. You find a smooth stone and sit, letting the evening's hush settle over you. The wind whispers through needles, a soft hum that feels like a lullaby in the park. You close your eyes, breathing slowly, the world becoming a single, gentle beat. The shadows merge, folding around you like a blanket of ancient stories. Your mind drifts to the river, to its steady flow that reminds you of time. You imagine the water as a mirror, reflecting both sky and soul. With each breath, the noise of your thoughts softens, replaced by the tree's slow breathing. You remember the joke about a cactus offering a cactus joke. It still cracks you up. The cypresses stand tall, their green canopy a living clock keeping time. Their leaves flutter like tiny flags, waving at an invisible breeze. The air grows cooler, a gentle reminder that nighttime approaches quietly. You inhale deeply, the scent of cedar and damp stone filling your lungs. The breeze rustles the leaves, creating a chorus of gentle sighs. The night sky unfurls its velvet, speckled with 1,000 quiet stars. The feeling of being part of something larger washes over you. Each star glimmers like a promise, a gentle tug on your imagination. You feel a soft pressure against your ear, the winds murmur. The forest breathes, exhaling and inhaling in sync with your own mind. The trees sway, a slow dance of ancient wisdom. You realize your worries shrink, swallowed by the vastness of the cypresses. A distant creek sings, its waters churning like small drumbeats. That sound threads through the air, a lullaby that wraps gently around you. The darkness thickens, but you feel safe, protected by the ancient trunks. You let your thoughts drift like leaves, following the river's path. The air fills with the sweet aroma of night jasmine, a fragrant lull. The trees murmur softly, as though reminding you of the day's quiet victories. The subtle movement of a beetle crawling across bark feels like a tiny drumbeat, rhythmic. The breeze's caress lingers on your skin, a gentle reminder of nature's touch. You close the distance between your heart and the trees, breathing in harmony. The forest is alive with whispers, and the silence is not empty, but full. You feel the weight of the day lift, replaced by a soft nocturne. The last rays of the sun kiss the leaves once more, blessing the night. The cypresses shiver as the wind stirs a hidden memory stored within their wood. That memory, unknown to humans, but known to trees, whispers softly. You laugh soft, thinking of that cactus joke and its endless loop. The scene feels timeless, like the earth paused, breathing in and out for you. In this moment, you belong to the quiet, the soft heart of the valley. The wind whispers a final farewell, a sleepy sigh that lulls you deeper. You let your eyelids close, the world narrowing to a single gentle hum. The trees release their last breath, a quiet exhale that steadies your mind. You slide into sleep like a feather drifting onto a cloud's soft edge. The last feeling is a gentle wave, washing over your thoughts, sinking them. You hear a distant star ripple, a sign that the cosmos is listening. The light of the moon paints silver lines across the branches, delicate and calm. The night deepens, and you feel the weight of silence become a quiet companion. You surrender to the pull of nocturnal rhythm, letting it carry you away. The trees continue to breathe, a steady pulse that mirrors your own. In the dark, the cypresses exude a faint scent of earth and resilience. The wind carries an echo, perhaps the laughter of long ago pilgrims. The memory of that laughter lingers, a soft promise that you are not alone. You listen, feeling the ancient stories folding around you like a shawl. Your fingers trace the bark, feeling its pores as a map of time. The bark feels smooth, a reminder that every age has its own texture. The forest hums again, a gentle lull that echoes through the night. You inhale, breathing in the night air, feeling your pulse sync with it. The rhythmic breath of the trees becomes your nightly mantra, guiding you deeper. The darkness is not oppressive, but comforting, a dark velvet blanket. You know that the night will protect you, that the day will rise again. The cypresses stand watch, guardians of your dreamscape, patient and kind. The evening settles like a blanket over all, soft and unseen. You feel a contented sigh, a release that carries you to sleep. The final hush of the forest is a loving lullaby for you. You drift, heart calm, mind quiet, enveloped by the great stillness. The night's deep breath carries you farther, beyond any boundary you know. The cypresses whisper, "Rest now, the sunrise will come to heal." As the first gentle dream touches you, the last line of this afternoon's song fades into silence. Your ears catch a faint clatter drifting from the orchard. It sounds like tiny bells echoing in a sun-lit cavern. You smile, remembering that quirky tale about a tree that can sing. The orchard's ancient fig trees lean as if whispering secrets. You pause, letting the soft rustle settle over your shoulders. You walk past the stone archway that once welcomed traders. The archway bears carvings of a sultan's winged horse. Ottoman sultans cultivated citrus orchards in that valley, a historic fact you share. You feel a gentle hush as the wind lifts leaf dust. The dust twirls around your limbs like a tiny snowfall. You laugh, recalling the crocodile dung sunscreen story that made you giggle. Remember that sunscreen? You chuckle, but the warmth stays oddly steady. A distant bird calls, its note clear as glass. Its call slices through the quiet, a high-pitched laugh. You lean against the nearest trunk, feeling its rough ridges. The trunk's groove feels like a hand-imprinted map. You think of the fringe tidbit about trees recording wind. Some say the cypresses behave like tiny weather stations, recording pressure changes. You pause, listening to a subtle breeze crackle over the bark. The crackle sounds almost like applause, an organic standing ovation. Your mind shifts to a memory of that cactus joke. It never fails. You hear the cypress leaves sigh, a chorus of soft wind lullabies. You close your eyes, and a faint scent of citrus fills the air. The scent rises, mingling with earth's musk and pine resin. The oak's leaves rustle, weaving a slow song. You find a small clearing, a carpet of moss awaiting your weight. You sit, letting your back rest against a root's curve. A breeze swirls, carrying whispers of distant olive groves. You feel the root's coolness against your bare feet, a grounding touch. A silver lizard glides along a branch, disappearing into a hollow. You glance upward, watching the lizard vanish in a flicker. The lizard's path mirrors a forgotten Roman road. Romans carved roads through Anatolia. Remnants live in cedar whispers. The air vibrates with a low hum, like a distant drum. You feel that hum pulse through your fingertips while you breathe. The breath moves slowly, inhale, exhale, matching the hum. Historians still argue whether the ancient olive saplings were seeded by wandering monks. The debate lingers in your mind, a soft question mark. You nod as if the answer were a secret smile. You feel a gentle tug in your chest as evening approaches. A firefly flutters, its glow tiny against night's curtain. It flits near your wrist like a polite invitation. You watch the firefly flicker, an impromptu light show. The stars begin to prickle above, thin silver threads. You note a tiny constellation shaped like a shepherd's crook. The shepherd's crook points toward a distant field. You imagine nomads following such stars for safe passage. The wind shifts, carrying a hint of roasted chestnuts. You smell the earth, its aroma deep and comforting. You pause, listening to the river's distant murmur. The river hums, steady as time itself. You inhale slowly, feeling the river's breath mingle with yours. The scent of cedar rises, a scent of permanence. A gentle rain begins, pattering on the stone path. The rain sings as it drips into stone cracks. An old stone fountain whispers beneath the rain, echoing your pause. The fountain's water glistens, catching starlight. You think of the orchard's fig, its fruit a sweet legacy. Sultans once prized figs for medicine, a sweet remedy. The garden's history weaves through every leaf. You feel the rain's coolness soften the stone edges. Your skin tingles, a gentle electric shiver. You laugh softly, recalling the cactus joke one more time. The cactus joked, "I'm so leafy I can't decide what to climb." The joke echoes, turning your lips into a gentle grin. An owl hoots, a deep, resonant note. You listen as its call breaks the twilight silence. The owl's shadow leans across the path, a silent guide. You hear the owl's voice mingle with a distant bell. The bell's ring recedes into the earth's pulse. Your heart thumps at the rhythm of ancient drums. The earth's drum echoes in your chest, steady and calm. You feel the rhythm synchronize with your own breathing. You settle deeper into the moss, weight lifted by night. The moss cradles you, a soft green cushion. You feel the warmth of the stone in your back, grounding. A distant goat bleats, a small melodic sound. You chuckle, recalling the joke one more time. The joke, like the goat, rises and falls softly. A breeze whispers over the cypress canopy. The canopy holds a memory of centuries. You sense the trees remember your steps, storing them in bark. The bark is textured, each groove a silent page. You trace a groove, feeling the grain of history. The memory swirls gently, almost as if the tree hums back. You let that hum echo in your mind like a lullaby. The wind grows stronger, rustling leaves like applause. You hear a distant drum, a beat of distant tribes. A drumbeat in the forest, a rhythm older than roads. The trees sway, dancing in the twilight light. You're a shadow merging with the trees, a soft part of it. The air cools, leaving a crisp, fresh smell. You feel the night's chill settle like a shawl. You remember the sunscreen again, a laughing memory. The joke about the cactus, a gentle echo. A faint scent of wet soil surrounds you. You sit, breathing in the earthy smell. Your pupils narrow, taking in deep details. You notice the tiny insects that dance on leaves. A silver ant moves with purpose, a micro-life adventure. You feel a sense of awe for such tiny stories. You imagine the ant as a traveler across the forest floor. The forest is alive, a living storybook you're reading. You inhale, feeling the forest's heart pulse. You exhale, letting stress melt into the night. The rain taps rhythms on the roof of a nearby house, a steady tick. That tick syncs with your heartbeat, a quiet rhythm. You lean into the sound, letting it lull you deeper. Historians still argue whether the ancient citadel's foundation was built with river stones or mountain stones. The debate remains, a hushed question in the dark. You think of this debate as a gentle wind. You feel your thoughts slow as your breath softens. A star twinkles, an ancient lighthouse of the sky. The star seems to nod with a tiny gleam. You feel awe, a small, warm spark in your chest. The night deepens, shadows lengthen around you. You remain seated, a part of the grove, part of the story. The cypresses lean close, their needles brushing your arm. They whisper, a gentle lullaby of trees. You listen, feeling the calm flow through you. A small night fox darts past, ears flicking. You watch it vanish into darkness, a fleeting presence. You let its silhouette merge with the night. The air shivers, carrying the scent of distant pine resin. You feel that scent on your lips, a comforting kiss. You recall the citrus scent, the olive leaves, the resin. You taste the memory of citrus, sweet and tart. A breeze carries that memory back, a sweet, fragrant reminder. You close your eyes, breathing in the forest air. The breath feels like a feather falling gently. The trees exhale a steady rhythm, a lullaby. You sink deeper into the moss, every inch grounding you. A gentle buzz hums from somewhere in the grove. The buzz is like a radio, tuned to nature's frequencies. You wonder if trees transmit signals like ancient radios. You feel the buzz as a pulse that calms your nerves. The rhythm of the buzz is slow, almost a heartbeat. You lean back, letting the cypress canopy shield you. The canopy offers shade like a living umbrella. You feel a cool, protective shield around you. You pause and inhale, letting the cool air relax you. A distant drumbeat echoes from the olive grove. It sounds like a slow, deep beat of a marching band. You feel your heart match the beat, calm and steady. You remember the joke as you lie. The cactus joke a constant chuckle. The cactus joke lifts your spirit, small joy like sunshine. You feel the ground steadier, more rooted. Your toes feel the soft soil, a gentle cradle. You feel a subtle vibration through the ground. You imagine the vibration as ancient footsteps echoing. The footsteps might be from travelers who once crossed this valley. Your breath deepens, your thoughts quiet. You find yourself drifting into a gentle trance. The trees whisper, become a chorus, a song that soothes. The song is sweet, calm, and timeless. You let the song fill your chest, filling you with peace. You feel a warmth spreading through this quiet space. You let the warmth grow, a gentle tide. The night grows thick, a velvet blanket over the ground. You feel the blanket press softly around you. You think of the sunscreen again, a laugh lingering. The laugh is warm, a bright ember. You think of the cactus joke, a silly line. The joke reminds you that the world can be gentle, yet funny. You feel a sense of humor, a softness in life. You taste the memory of citrus in the air. You feel the citrus scent dance on your tongue. You feel the citrus memory swirl, a tiny spark of joy. The air grows colder, a chill like a winter breeze. You feel the chill wrap around your limbs softly. You breathe slowly, inhaling the cool earth. You exhale, releasing any remaining tension. The forest around you hums gently, a lull. The hum is deep, like the heart of an old tree. You feel your own heart sink with the hum. You sink into the moss like a sleeper on a cloud. You feel a sense of safety, a sanctuary. You remain still, letting the forest's breath fill you. You hear a distant bell in the air, a chiming note. The bell's tone is thin, but persistent. You imagine a bell carried by a traveler. The bell's call echoes, a quiet, hopeful cry. The echo blends with your breathing. You feel a sense of quiet calm, a gentle peace. You let your thoughts drift away, like leaves on a stream. You feel the stream's calm, a slow, peaceful flow. You drift like a leaf, following a gentle course. You feel a lightness, an airy lift. Your mind feels lighter, lighter than a feather. You notice the scent of pine resin again. The resin scent lingers, a sticky, sweet echo. You inhale, letting that scent fill your lungs. You hold the scent in your heart. You feel a calm, a sense of wonder. The universe seems vast, but you feel close to it. You feel like you're resting on a quiet shoulder of the world. The cypresses keep watching, patient guardians. You notice a small ripple in the water of a nearby pond. The ripple's light is a tiny dance of moonlight. You feel the water's coolness brush your feet. You feel the water's pulse, steady as the earth. You feel your own pulse sync with that of the planet. The night's silence is soothing, gentle, inviting. You stay seated, feeling the earth beneath you. Your breath comes in slow, steady waves. You feel each wave like a wave of calm. You feel your heart settle, a soft, steady rhythm. You feel peace like a gentle lullaby. The forest hums deeper, a slow, deep song. You lean closer to the sound and feel it in your toes. You feel the sound, a deep, calm whisper. You feel that whisper carry your worries away. You feel the worries dissolve, a soft melt. You feel the forest's care, a tender hug. You stay there, breathing with the trees. You feel a sense of belonging, like a part of the grove. You feel that belonging like a gentle tide that swells. You remain in this calm, letting every breath bring rest. You feel the lullaby of leaves, a song that ends with comfort. The song wraps around you like a blanket. You feel wrapped, safe, and at peace. You remain still, letting the lullaby stay with you. You feel the lullaby humming within your chest. You let the hum flow through your bones. You feel the hum align your thoughts. You feel your thoughts calm, quiet still. You feel your mind quiet as the night. You feel a sense of final rest, a gentle ending. You let your eyes close in the soft darkness. You smile silently at the joke about the cactus. You hear the cactus joke as a gentle echo, still in the night. Your smile fades into a peaceful, lingering quiet that follows the entire orchard's hum. Your fingertips graze the moss, soft as a whispered secret. You feel a gentle weight shift. Each step drums softly. The ground sighs under your toes, a low lullaby. You inhale, letting green aroma mingle with your breath. Your eyes scan leaves that hang like green lanterns. They glimmer when the light breaks through the canopy. You pause, feeling forest fibers wrap around your wrists. The moss cushions your hands soft, yielding, almost forgiving. The path bends subtly, an invitation to wander deeper. You walk, the rhythm matching the heartbeat of the trees. Ancient Romans used Anatolia as a trade corridor, a fact floating along the breeze. You chuckle softly, imagining the legionnaires' sandals crunching beside you. You feel the moss lift, an almost invisible cushion. Each footfall whispers a lullaby for the soil. You pause, letting the earth breathe along with you. The subtle scent of pine resin lingers, a memory of distant groves. Your heart beats slowly, a drumbeat mirroring the wind. You lean against a trunk, its bark rough but comforting. The groove is like a hand-printed map of time. You trace it, feeling history under your fingertips. Some say cypress trees record wind like tiny weather stations. You pause, listening to the rustle in the canopy. The sound pulses, a silent song of the trees. Your breathing sinks, an unspoken duet with nature. The marble columns in the nearby ruins were carved by slaves in the 12th century. You feel the weight of history under your palms. The stones whisper stories of merchants and scholars. You taste the sense of antiquity like a whispered promise. Historians still argue whether the foundations of the old monastery were laid by monks or merchants. The ancient stones hold secrets of their creators. Some scholars suggest hidden inscriptions. Others think it is folklore. The debate lingers like a faint echo in the wind. You feel the mystery humming beneath the moss. A subtle vibration runs through the earth. It feels like a pulse matching your own breath. In this quiet, you taste history's secret flavor. Each breath you take, each step you make, is a dialogue with that debate. Your mind listens to ancient whispers. The wind carries echoes of past debates. You smile, feeling part of this timeless conversation. You smile, letting curiosity settle like dew on leaves. You feel the moss underfoot, a spongy carpet of green. Its fibers stretch and compress with each step. You breathe in the damp earth, finding calm. The forest around you hums softly, a lullaby. The moss seems to exhale a slow sigh that calms the mind. The ground beneath is soft, like a living carpet of green. You breathe, feeling a quiet rhythm under the canopy. The forest hums, each leaf a gentle lullaby. You trace the moss's texture with your fingertips. Each ridge feels like a memory carved from stone. The moss accepts your touch, folding into its calm. Your breath sinks, matching the moss's slow pulse. The moss feels warm against your knees, a comforting cushion. You let your breath flow, each inhale drawing calm. The night hums, a lullaby that lulls your thoughts. You are one with the garden, a soft whisper among leaves. You see a faint glint of moonlight touching the moss, an illumination of peace. The air is still, holding the quiet like a blanket. You feel the forest's breath sink with yours. You drift, carried gently into a gentle slumber. You feel the moss breathe, a slow rhythm that syncs with your heart. The ground beneath you is soft, like a cloud of moss. You listen to the subtle sounds, leaves, wind, distant calls. You become one with the stillness around you. The forest hums softly, a lullaby that cradles your thoughts. You close your eyes, letting the world gently melt. A sigh of wind threads through the leaves, whispering calm. You breathe slowly, feeling the night embrace you. The moss cushions your hands, a soft green cradle. The bark nearby offers a rough contrast. You feel the earth settle, a gentle pressure on skin. You breathe, each inhale a quiet wave of calm. The moss sways gently in the breeze, nature's metronome. Its leaves flutter, a soft ticking overhead. You listen to the wind's sigh, a lullaby's counterpoint. You feel your body melt into the rhythm. The night deepens, the stars twinkle like tiny lanterns. You close your eyes, letting the darkness fall. The moss cradles your feet, a green blanket. You feel the world shrink, leaving only calm. The moss sighs under your weight, a tender echo. You listen to the distant wind, a slow song. You feel the forest's breath sink with yours. You drift, carried gently into a gentle slumber. You drift, carried gently into a gentle slumber. The wind taps the leaves like a soft drumbeat. It whispers calm over the cypresses, a lullaby for your ears. Each breeze carries stories from distant seas. You hear a rustle that feels like a whispered joke. The night air feels cool against your skin, like a tender blanket. Your senses drift as the wind plays among the branches. The rhythm of the wind matches your heart's steady beat. You feel the forest hum with a quiet symphony. The trees sway, and their leaves hiss like sleepy voices. You close your eyes, letting the wind guide your thoughts. A cool draft twirls through the canopy, a gentle hand. It lifts a feather of dust, swirling like small snow. You smile, amused by the gentle cosmic dance. The wind carries a faint scent of burnt cedar. You inhale, letting the aroma travel through your lungs. You hear the rustle of distant insects, a soft chorus. The soft murmur of life surrounds your breathing. The wind tickles your fingertips like a playful friend. It nudges your hair, making it dance in small waves. You laugh softly, a sound that blends with the breeze. The laughter feels like a note in the wind's song. You feel your mind unwind under the soft wind. A small bird flutters nearby, its wings whispering past. The bird's song is gentle, like a lullaby in the dark. You listen, feeling the world shift into hush. The wind grows steadier, like a steady metronome. It guides the leaves, keeping them in gentle motion. You notice a glint of moonlight on a water droplet. That droplet reflects a tiny galaxy in the quiet. The moon casts a soft silver glow across your path. The air shivers with the taste of salt and rain. You pause, letting your senses soak in the moment. The wind whispers a phrase, a fragment about time. It sounds like an ancient echo from centuries ago. The wind carries a historical note about the Grand Bazaar. It reminds you that Istanbul once was the world's crossroads. That fact lifts your spirit, connecting you to past trade. You chuckle at the idea of merchants trading spices here. A cheeky thought pops up. The bazaar's rugs were once fish scales. That quirky tidbit floats like a light-hearted wind bubble. The wind swirls them around, a gentle dance. You find the breeze playing a mischievous tune. The wind seems to carry a debate still alive. It asks, historians still argue whether the basilisk was real. The question tickles you, making the wind laugh too. The debate drifts, swirling with clouds in the sky. You hear the wind recite a question about legends. The myth of the basilisk lives in distant folklore. The wind whispers, was it a snake or a stone? You feel the wind tug at your curiosity. A soft hum arises beneath the rustling leaves. That hum feels like a low-frequency dream. It matches the rhythm of the moon's pulse. You feel the wind's pulse synchronize with your pulse. You notice a small rustle that sounds like a snore. The snorer is a sleeping field mouse near your feet. Its breathing forms a minor lullaby in the dark. You smile, amused by the tiny creature's breath. The wind wraps around you, a comforting scarf. It feels warm like a blanket woven by invisible fingers. A gentle crackle emerges from a distant stone wall. The crackle sounds like a campfire, barely alive. You hear stories flicker in the sound of the wall. The wind carries them forward, a whispering tide. You feel the wind's voice grow softer, calmer. It brushes past the cypresses, easing your mind. You listen to a distant water trickle, a hidden stream. The trickle is a soothing tone in the night. You feel the wind's breath mingle with the trickle. The combination feels like a lullaby in your ears. A light wind starts, bringing a scent of lavender. You inhale, imagining a garden at your feet. The lavender scent relaxes your shoulder muscles. Your breath grows slow, deeper, rhythmic. The wind lifts a leaf, letting it float. It glides like a tiny cloud through the air. You feel the leaves dance, its graceful descent. Your mind follows the leaf, like a dream moving slow. You imagine the leaf is a message in a bottle. The wind carries it along, a quiet story. Your thoughts travel, guided by the wind's path. The wind murmurs an old proverb about patience. You recall patience is the key to every treasure. That proverb feels warm, like a fire's glow. Your body relaxes, the muscles unwinding deeper. The wind keeps singing a soft song of sleep. You feel a gentle pressure on your cheek. It's like a lullaby tickling a pillow. You close your eyes tighter, a soft sigh escaping. The wind carries your sigh back, a gentle echo. The wind's song grows louder, filling the night. It becomes a lullaby to keep you still. The wind's rhythm becomes a metronome for your heart. At one moment, the wind turns into a gentle hum. The hum matches the rhythm of your breath. You feel the hum like a distant lullaby. Your mind drifts, carried by the wind's lull. You are like a leaf drifting with the breeze. The wind feels like a lullaby in the forest. You listen to the wind's hum, a comforting tone. The wind keeps singing over the cypresses. Each note feels soft, like cotton and silk. You feel the wind's gentle touch on your collar. It's a caress, like a hand on a shoulder. You feel its softness, like a whispering secret. The wind moves through your hair, a gentle groom. Your hair feels relaxed, almost asleep. You hum along with the wind, in sync. The hum becomes a low lullaby tune. The wind's rhythm steadies your breathing. Your head lowers, following the wind's path. You feel the wind's cool breath against your face. Your skin tingles like a gentle electric shock. Your ears capture every whisper of the wind. You realize the wind is carrying memory. It carries the ancient scent of stone. The wind carries whispers of distant soldiers. Ancient Romans marched through Anatolia. The road was a trade corridor to the east. That historical fact warms your imagination. You picture soldiers walking under cypresses. They walked with sandals crunching in leaf. You chuckle, thinking of the dusty path. The wind carries that chuckle, swirling like a ghost. Your laughter blends with the wind's soft tune. The wind carries a laugh to your ear. You smile, hearing your own voice and the wind. The wind becomes a storyteller here. It tells stories of traders and lovers. You feel the stories tickle your mind. The wind's story touches your thoughts gently. You find the wind's rhythm, a natural metronome. You follow it as your breath slows. The wind whispers, sleep comes soon. You feel that calm settle in your ribs. The wind lifts your thoughts, letting them float. Your mind settles under the wind's lull. The wind is the final layer of the night. It blankets you in soft, sweet serenity. You feel the wind's hand guiding. It touches your temples, easing tension. The wind's breath warms the space around you. You inhale, feel the night's calm. Your heart beats with the wind's steady rhythm. The rhythm is a lullaby that lulls you. You feel the wind's gentle vibration. It soothes the edges of your consciousness. Time passes unnoticed under the wind's cloak. You drift further into deep sleep. The wind keeps playing a quiet lullaby. You feel the lullaby settle your soul. You close your eyes to the wind's song. The wind sings, and you hum back. You keep breathing, matching the wind's tempo. The wind's song carries you into dreams. You feel the wind's lull as a gentle wave. Your mind floats on it, weightless. All around, the wind drifts in harmony. You feel the wind's hand on your cheek. It whispers, "Rest, traveler." You feel calm, carried by the wind's lull. You surrender to the melody. The wind completes the circle of night. The wind wraps you in its cool, soft embrace. You drift deeper into that gentle slumber. The sky thickens, colors shift from orange to a deep indigo. You hear a distant drumbeat, the rhythm of a forgotten festival. Your mind stops, just listens to that heartbeat of the earth. A memory flickers of your childhood, of a kitchen, of smell of bread. You smile softly, as if remembering a secret recipe. The breeze shifts, carrying a note of lavender and jasmine. You inhale deeply, taste the night blooming into your lungs. The cypresses stand like sentinels, white trunks glowing under moonlight. Their leaves whisper, soft rustles that sound like lullabies in a dream. Your heart beats, a slow rhythmic matching the pulse of the earth. You notice a moth, glimmering wings, a waltzing between lighted stones. The small creature flickers, like a firefly caught in a frame. You laugh softly, because that humor feels silly. It feels right comforting. A quick joke pops up. Why did the cactus refuse to nap? Because it feared desert breeze chills. You chuckle softly, because that humor feels silly. It feels right comforting. The moon, the silver crescent, tells the stars a quiet story. You watch light of a distant city flickers, like a campfire in the dark. The wind, the soft, as a lull rises, curling around your shoulders. Your breath smooth, deep fills, then empties, a gentle tide. You pause, listen. Every sound folds into one single rhythm. You realize this evening is a living poem, breathing slow and sweet. The trees, each one, are like notes in a quiet chord. The wind carries their echo soft, lingering, like a sigh of contentment. You feel your shoulders ease, light as a feather, heavy as a dream. The scene, slow, steady, rhythmic, reminds you of a gentle lullaby. Your eyelids start to close softly, like a paper closing. You listen, the wind, a deep, soft murmur that comforts your mind. Its tone is steady, an ocean wave, a heartbeat, a sunrise behind clouds. You hear a distant call, a bird returning from a journey. That sound, gentle, hopeful, mirrors your inner calm. You let your thoughts float, drift, settle like a stone on water. You find no words needed to accept this peaceful, soft dusk. The sun's last warmth, now cooling, wraps your skin like a blanket. You feel warm, calm, satisfied like a cup of chamomile tea. The scent of earth, rich, floral, sweet, tells a story of growth. You breathe slow, steady, letting the night wrap around you. The wind, like a lullaby, gently pushes your eyelids closed. You feel your heart slowing deeper and deeper, quiet as the night. You realize sleep comes naturally, without a plea, without a request. The world holds its breath, nature's pause, waiting for dawn. You glide soft, slow into the arms of your dreams. The wind's final lull soft, like a blanket rests on your skin. Your breath low, steady mixes with a gentle hum of leaves. You feel the evening closing, a soft curtain over a tranquil stage. You trust the night to guide you, like a compass pointing to rest. You feel soothing, safe, content, knowing the world slumbers beside you. The sky, a deep velvet, holds countless quiet stars. A gentle breeze, subtle as a whispered promise, flutters across the field of dreams. You drift no resistance, no struggle into the rhythm of the cosmos. The wind, soft as your heartbeat, conveys calm in its cadence. You find no need, let go, trust the world to cradle you. You are soft, relaxed, free, floating on an invisible moonlit cloud. You close your eyes slowly, gently letting the night take you. A final sigh, soft, gentle, blends in the silence of night. You sleep peacefully, deeply drifting, floating, resting, breathing the world quiet. Your dreams, soft like cobwebs of mist, whisper soothing songs. You wake slightly later, though the sky holds the same calm. You stretch slow, careful, like a cat in the morning light. The day arrives, gentle, hopeful, and ready, just like your heart. You start calm, relaxed on a new horizon. You feel the wind soft, playful, blowing across your neck, leaving a tickle. That tickle small, yet significant, reminds you silently that the night was gentle. You smile, soft, a moment lingering in the morning glow. You thank the night, grateful, satisfied, ready for what tomorrow may bring. Your breath slow, calm, fills you with anticipation of dreams. You step forward toward the day, toward the horizon, toward a gentle story. And the night, soft, patient, tells you, "Good morning, dreamer." You listen, silence answers, bringing you peace in the gentle hush. You feel a subtle ripple through the grass, like a silent wave. A small bird returns another song, another note in the evening song. You smile again, soft, content, as if sharing a secret with the wind. Your heart steady beats in rhythm with the wind's gentle pulse. The world remains quiet, soft as a cat's purr in a lull. You breathe soft, deep, accepting the night's quiet embrace. You feel the edges of the day, light, hope, calm wrap around you. You move slow, light, toward the garden, toward the sunrise. Each step soft, deliberate, lives in the rhythm of the earth. You open your eyes softly into the new day's gentle light. The sun, warm, golden, carries a promise of new adventures. You smile, content, ready, eager, ready to explore, ready to dream. You step forward toward memories, toward stories yet untold. And the wind, soft, playful, whispers, "Enjoy the day, wanderer." You lean against the nearest cypress, feeling cool bark against your palm. The moon rises, draping the estate in a silver veil. Leaves hum softly, a low choir under the night sky. You hear the distant bells of a nearby village chiming. They echo through the trees, a low choir under the night sky. The air smells of pine and damp earth, a familiar lull. You close your eyes, letting the night cradle your thoughts. A breeze tugs your hair like a quiet hand. You feel your shoulders relax, the tension melting into night. You wonder about the history that whispers through these trunks. In 1920, the first Turkish Republic was proclaimed, a moment of change. The Cypresses have stood since before that, older than many myths. Some say the trees remember the sun and moon, storing them in bark. A fringe tale claims the cypresses can whisper answers if you ask during a full moon. You giggle at the thought, but the wind sounds like approval. A gentle chuckle escapes you, a secret of the night. You feel the world soften like a pillow. You notice a flicker of fireflies dancing between branches. They glide like tiny lanterns, guiding you deeper into calm. You pause, listening to the whispers of ancient leaves. Each frond shivers, carrying a story of seasons past. You smile, knowing the night holds more than light. The moon shines, a quiet eye over the sleeping estate. You feel the breeze, a subtle hug around your shoulders. It carries a sound, faint like distant waves, calming. You inhale, filling your lungs with cool night air. You exhale, letting tension escape like a sigh. Your mind drifts, following the rhythm of the trees. You imagine the cypresses as old guardians of the land. They whisper to the wind, telling stories of the olden days. Historians still argue whether the early Ottoman sultans really used cypress sap to seal their scrolls. You chuckle, imagining sultans with sap-smelling scrolls. The wind carries that joke into the night. You feel a warmth, a secret comfort from the trees. You realize the night is a soft blanket covering your thoughts. You close your eyes, listening to the subtle breathing of the estate. You hear the distant owls, a choir of whispering wings. They join the lull, adding depth to the night symphony. The rhythm of the forest syncs with your heartbeat. You breathe in sync, your pulse slowing gently. The cypresses sway, their leaves painting shadows across the ground. You walk slowly, following the path lined with these giants. You pause to listen, each tree a different note in the chorus. The night feels like a calm ocean, gentle and vast. Your thoughts drift further, untethered by the day's noise. You smile, the night embracing you like an old friend. The moon's glow flickers, a soft pulse over the estate. You feel the presence of ancestors, their stories whispered in bark. You inhale again, breathing in the age of the land. Exhale, letting every worry drift away like a cloud. You imagine the estate as a living, breathing entity. Its heartbeat matches yours, a silent pact of peace. You feel the night, calm, inviting, a gentle lover's sigh. You lay back, the cypress roots gentle against your back. The earth presses softly, grounding you in the present moment. You let your mind wander to distant seas and quiet towns. Each thought a ripple, each breath a tide. The night is deep, but your heart is light. You smile, knowing there is a story for every night. The cypresses hum, a lullaby for those who listen. You hear the distant chime again, a reminder of time's flow. You feel the earth's pulse, steady like a drumbeat. You take a deep breath, allowing the night's perfume to rise. The scent of cedar jasmine, and rain mingles, soothing. You release all tension like a boat leaving a harbor. You feel the night's calm take root within you. You imagine the cypresses swaying, in tune with your thoughts, each sway a breath, each leaf a sigh. The moon above is a quiet guardian watching over the estate. You feel it, a gentle, warm presence. You feel the world breathing with the night, a shared rhythm. You listen to the wind, its whisper a lull that soothes. The night is a gentle friend, easing your thoughts. You smile, letting the calm fill every cell of your being. You taste the faint scent of distant flowers carried by night. You imagine these aromas curling around the estate, soft and serene. The night's embrace grows, a blanket of silence. You feel your eyelids growing heavy like cotton pillows. You hear a distant fox, howling soft and low. It adds a touch of wild to the calm. You smile at the playful presence of the night. The cypresses cradle you, their bark a warm shelter. You feel protected, like a child in a nursery. The night offers you a gift, a quiet treasure. Its presence is steady, a lighthouse in the dark. You feel the pull of sleep, gentle and patient. The cypresses sing a final lullaby, a soft hush. You close your eyes, the silence thick but warm. The night is still, save for the gentle rhythm of your breath. You exhale, feeling the world melt into a soft dream. You feel the cypress roots like a steady pulse against your skin. As the night deepens, so does your inner calm. You find yourself drifting, weightless, a feather in the wind. The world around you becomes a soft watercolor, colors blended. You smile, the night's lullaby soothing every part. You feel the night closing over you, a gentle veil. You hear the wind, a low hum of contentment. You breathe, your heart slow, a steady drum of peace. You let the silence fill every corner of your mind. You notice the subtle shimmer of starlight on the leaves. You smile at its silent beauty. The night's breath feels like a gentle tide. You listen to your own breathing, gentle and calm. You feel the soft hush of the estate around you. The wind carries the scent of fresh pine, sweet and grounding. You close your eyes, letting the stillness wrap you. You taste the night, a quiet, aromatic soup of earth. You feel the moon's light like a silver blanket over the ground. You smile, the night inviting you into a gentle sleep. You hear the silence, thick but warm, like a cozy blanket. You exhale, a soft sigh that blends with the night. You feel the world slow, the pace gentle, comforting. You slide into the soft lull of the estate. You let the night's song calm every line of your mind. You feel each breath a gentle wave washing over you. The cypresses stand tall, witnesses to your quiet journey. You know the night will keep its promise, restful and calm. An owl perches, its eyes steady, a guardian of the dusk. The night holds a secret, a quiet whisper of hope. You feel the cypresses echoing the slow rhythm of your heart. Your shoulders relax completely, like weights dropped long ago. The night air tastes of salt and rain, comforting. You inhale, feeling the earth's pulse deep inside. You exhale, releasing every hidden tension. You feel a gentle tug, the wind beckoning you deeper. You let it guide you on a silent path. The cypresses overhead sway, their leaves whispering lullabies. Their vibrations match the rhythm of your breathing. Your mind fills with memories of cool stone gardens. You imagine stepping into those gardens as a child. The night sings, a serenade of calm. You feel each note settle like a feather. The wind carries a scent of fresh bread from a distant kitchen. You laugh quietly, imagining a farmer's morning. You smile, the sound a gentle ripple in the stillness. You notice how the moonlight paints the cypresses silver. The silver sheen feels warm against your skin. You breathe slowly, each inhale a breath of night. You exhale, letting the silence flow through you. The night embraces you like a long-lived hug. Your eyelids feel heavier, more ready to sleep. You hear the owls join the night choir, their chorus a lull. You feel the cypresses root themselves deeper into your thoughts. The estate feels like a vast nest of tranquil dreams. You close your eyes again, surrendering to the night. The last breath pulls your mind toward a deep sleep. You feel the cypresses whisper good night, gentle and sure. You let the night carry you into a realm of soft dreams. Your dreams swirl like leaves in a calm wind. You are a part of the estate, a quiet stone of its story. You lie back against the trunk, feeling the rough wood smooth against your skin. The night air smells of wet pine and distant rain, a blanket of scent you inhale. You close your eyes, letting the world hush into a single soft hum. A gentle breeze brushes your cheeks, like a whisper from an unseen friend. You smile, the quiet joke that the wind knows your secrets. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. It's still a legend, you joke in silence. The cypresses stand tall, their branches swaying gently in time. You feel each movement, a subtle pulse resonating through the earth. A distant owl hoots, a low rhythmic beat echoing through the trees. You laugh softly, remembering the owl's sleepy commentary on your day. The night deepens, like a velvet blanket covering the estate. You slide deeper into the lull, feeling the ground cradle your back. The stars flicker, bright dots that stitch the sky into a quilt. You feel their glow touch your eyes, a quiet promise of calm. A feather falls, light as a thought, landing beside you. You watch it settle, a tiny artifact of the night's breath. You think of the ancient caravans that once crossed Anatolian plains. Historians still argue whether the earliest maps were drawn in caves. You chuckle, picturing stone tablets scribbled at midnight. The wind carries the scent of jasmine drifting from a hidden courtyard. You trace the aroma, following its invisible thread through the air. You feel the earth's pulse deep beneath your shoulders, alive. You imagine the ground breathing in sync with your heartbeat. A small firefly darts, painting a moment of glowing light. You watch it, its flicker a tiny candle in the dark. The night feels like a river of silver flowing through the trees. You let your thoughts drift, following the current of calm. You think of the printing press that revolutionized storytelling. The first printing press was invented in Mainz in the 1450s, a marvel of craft. You smile at the history that whispers through the wood. The cypresses lean forward, as if listening to your every sigh. You feel gratitude, a gentle current of appreciation. A cricket chirps, a steady percussion in the symphony of stars. You listen, letting the sound anchor you deeper in slumber. Your breathing slows, a metronome for the night's lullaby. You exhale, releasing tension with each breath out. A whispering gust nudges a leaf, like a secret kiss. You feel a tender tickle on your wrist, a joke in the breeze. You think of the moon's phases, each one a story untold. Some people think the moon was once a cheese disk, a slice of cheese. You chuckle, imagining astronauts serving moon pie to astronauts. The night is soft, a blanket of dreams curling around you. You hear distant bells, tinkling like distant thoughts. You smile, picturing a child's laughter echoing through the night. The cypresses rustle, a choir of leaves waltzing alone. You feel the rustle, as soft as a lull in a quiet room. A small cloud drifts, its silhouette a temporary blanket. You watch it, wondering if clouds ever feel the wind. The night feels warm, the air a gentle hug under your skin. You think of the first recorded battle, Thermopylae, a bold stand. You inhale, letting bravery settle in your chest. The wind carries a faint aroma of roasted coffee from a neighbor. You imagine the barista humming a sleepy tune. You feel the coffee scent, a comforting reminder of home. The stars twinkle, scattered across a velvet canvas. You imagine each star a tiny story whispered at midnight. A nightingale sings, its voice a fragile thread of sound. You listen, letting the song weave through your thoughts. The cypresses listen, their bark a quiet confidant. You speak, sharing a secret you keep in slumber. The trees reply in rustle, a reply in the wind. You feel the exchange, a gentle dialogue between you and nature. You think of the first written law, Hammurabi's Code, carved in stone. You feel the weight of ancient words in the quiet air. A cool mist settles, a kiss on your forehead. You smile, remembering the mist's ghostly touch. The breeze picks up, a playful prankster in disguise. You chuckle, wondering if the wind has a joke book. The cypresses dance, their leaves swaying in time with a secret rhythm. You sway, following the rhythm, as if dancing with the trees. A distant dog wags its tail, a soft sound of late-night joy. You feel the dog's heartbeat, a low thrum in the night. Your mind wanders to distant markets of ancient Anatolia, full of spice. The scent of cinnamon drifts, a nostalgic perfume of old streets. You inhale, filling lungs with aromatic memory. You exhale, letting the scent dissolve into the cool night. The sky darkens, night deepens into a deeper shade. You feel the darkness embrace, a velvet cloak around you. A quiet lull rises, the planet's own breathing in rhythm. You are part of that rhythm, your pulse in tune with stars. An owl circles, a silent guardian of the midnight fields. You watch its flight, amazed by its silent grace. The cypresses glow faintly, reflecting moonlight on leaves. You marvel at the glow, a gentle light on bark. The night feels infinite, a horizon of endless peace. You think of the first explorer who charted the seas, a daring mapmaker. You feel the spirit of adventure stirring in your heart. The wind whistles a tune, a lullaby of ancient times. You let the tune guide you toward deeper repose. A tiny spider weaves silk threads like silver strands. You watch it, the delicate craft a quiet art displayed. The cypresses nod, their branches swaying in agreement. You feel at ease, a calm flowing through every fiber of your being. A distant drumbeat thumps, echoing the rhythm of tribal hearts. You feel the drum, a pulse that steadies your breath. You laugh softly, reminding yourself that drums can be calm. The night feels like a lull that never ends, an infinite sigh. You feel the sigh, your lungs filling with contentment. You close your eyelids, letting darkness bloom at the corner of vision. The cypresses hum, a low tone echoing through the trees. You hear the hum, a steady sound that soothes the mind. Your thoughts slow, each one melting like candle wax. You inhale, feeling a wave of tranquility rise. You exhale, letting worry leave as a leaf on a stream. The wind brushes your hair, the breeze an old friend. You feel nostalgic, the breeze recalling childhood laughter. A small bird caws softly, a sound of late-night greeting. You smile, thinking of the bird's gentle presence. The night continues, a gentle rhythm that lulls the world. You feel the rhythm, a calm pulse under every thought. You think of the first calendar, a way to measure time. You feel the history of days, a pattern unfolding. A moonbeam passes over your face, gentle light from above. You feel the light, a tender kiss of silver. The cypresses hold their secrets, old roots deep in soil. You feel rooted, a connection forged with earth. You laugh quietly, knowing the roots have seen centuries pass. The wind moves, a storyteller with endless tales. You feel each tale, a thread in a gentle tapestry. Your breath settles, a slow and steady pattern. Each inhale offers calm. Each exhale releases tension. You imagine the first astronomer who mapped the stars. You feel his curiosity as a gentle hum. The night feels like an endless book, pages of silence. You feel the pages turn with your breathing. A shadow flickers past, a playful dance of darkness. You watch, imagining it as a friendly sprite. You smile, grateful for the quiet companionship of night. The cypresses sway, a slow dance to the breeze. You feel the rhythm, a soft, comforting echo. You think of the first recorded comet, a bright streak across sky. You feel awe in the silence, a sense of wonder. The wind carries a faint laugh, a distant chuckle. You hear it, the laugh a reminder of living quiet humor. The sky is a deep indigo, a canvas for stargazers. You feel the color paint a calming backdrop. A feather from a bird falls, landing at your feet. You lift it, feeling the softness in your palm. It feels like peace, a simple but powerful moment. The night hums, a lull that never truly ends. You feel the hum, a gentle, endless thread. The cypresses grow old, but they shine bright in moonlight. You feel the glow, a quiet source of resilience. A gentle gust lifts a smell of fresh soil. You inhale, feeling the earth's breath fill your lungs. You let the breath settle, a steady calm. You think of the first recorded pottery, clay fashioned into art. You feel the creativity of age, a quiet spark. The wind whispers, a gentle secret to the trees. You feel the whisper, a delicate invitation to sleep. You imagine a child sleeping by a fire, listening to the wind. You feel the innocence, a calm that envelops the soul. A night breeze rustles, sound like a quiet lullaby. You smile, remembering the sound from childhood. Your heart beats slowly, a slow, steady rhythm. You feel peace like a blanket under your skin. You think of the first sea map, drawn by a trader. You feel the trader's wonder, a quiet drive. A small stone falls, clinking on the cobblestones. You hear the clink, a tiny reminder of time passing. The night deepens, the darkness softens around you. You feel the darkness, not as fear, but as a deep hug. A distant howl rolls over the valley, carrying night's song. You feel the howl echo in your chest, a calm roar. A quiet chuckle arises from your mind, a joke about the night's silence. You laugh, the laugh a small storm of joy. The wind cools the skin, a gentle touch of peace. You feel refreshed, like a soft reset of mind. You imagine the first candle lit in humble homes, its flame steady. You feel the flame's steadiness, like a silent promise. The cypresses glow, their bark bright in moonlit silver. You feel the glow, a warm reassurance. A small rustle in a branch breaks the hush. You hear it, a quiet conversation between twigs. You feel the conversation, a gentle interplay. Your breath goes deeper, slow and full. You exhale, feeling calm flood your thoughts. The night is a soft, endless promise. You feel the promise, a serene anchor for dreams. You think of the first written story, tales carved on stone. You feel the story, a steady rhythm of life. A distant breeze hums ancient words. You feel the hum, a soft lullaby in a language of silence. Your eyelids grow heavy, like a curtain closing slowly. You close them fully, the darkness deepens. The cypresses hold quiet, a guardian of your sleep. You feel the guardianship, a calm comfort. A quiet wind passes, a steady sigh of earth. You hear the sigh, a lull that cradles the night. Your mind feels light, drifting like a feather. You drift, following the soft river of thoughts. The night is a lull, a gentle wave of solace. You feel the wave, a smooth movement of inner peace. Your body settles, a calm weight on the earth. You see the stars, each one a gentle nod. The night continues, a soft rhythm that keeps you safe. You sense your heart in tune with the darkness. You feel this tune, a soothing melody. A whispering breeze carries a memory of home. You feel the memory, warm and gentle. the cypresses close around you, a living embrace. You feel embraced, safe in the quiet forest. You sleep, a soft dream taking hold. The night keeps its promise, and your journey continues. You drift toward the hearth, where warmth waits like a gentle old friend. The mantle glows softly, its fire flickering like a sleepy wink at the night. You lean against the worn wooden beam, feeling the heat seep into your chest. It feels like a lullaby in flame, each spark a tiny drumbeat of calm. The hearth has been a constant since the first humans made fire under stone caves. That fact keeps you anchored, knowing the fire is the oldest form of storytelling. You close your mind to the noise outside and listen to the crackle instead. The crackle is a gentle percussion, a rhythm that feels like a whispered joke. Your fingers tap lightly on the mantle, a rhythm that syncs with the fire's pulse. Each tap is as soft as a sigh, a playful echo in the night. This gentle sound lulls your thoughts into the same warm, slow orbit like a cozy carousel. You lean further, feeling the heat curl around your shoulders, wrapping you like a blanket. Historians still argue whether the earliest cooking techniques began over a hearth or elsewhere. The heat rises, wrapping your chest in a cocoon of golden warmth. Your mind drifts to an old legend about a hearth that could grant wishes. You wonder if the legend is just a myth or a secret of ancient hearthkeepers. Some say the fire speaks in tongues, translating dreams into embers. Others argue the fire is silent, and only you hear its pulse. You feel the debate echo, but the fire continues to provide steady comfort. You breathe in slowly, inhaling the mixture of ash, resin, and night. You feel the warmth seep deeper, as if the house is breathing with you. The shadows on the wall shift, flickering like tiny fireflies dancing. You smile, because even the darkness feels like a comforting blanket. The crackle syncs with your pulse, each breath a soft drumbeat. A faint smell of wood smoke rises, like the scent of old libraries dusted with parchment. A memory returns of Grandma's cottage and the comforting fire that kept her safe. The hearth's light paints soft patterns on your eyelids, like sleep's gentle lull. You notice a speck of light flickering, as if a tiny dragon were playing. You joke to yourself that perhaps the hearth is a dragon's playroom. The flame sways, responding to your thoughts like a shy companion. You realize that even a candle can feel your mood as the wick flickers. The fire's glow gently nudges your mind toward the idea of a dream. You feel a sigh of relief, knowing that you can relax without a deadline. The hearth hums, a low hum that soothes, like background music in a quiet cafe. You imagine your thoughts sliding down the fire's slope, each one a gentle ember. The fire's warmth settles into your bones, a slow wave of comfort. You think the world keeps turning while you drift in this safe bubble. You remember the medieval chant of 1,000 hearths singing in unison. It feels as if all flames whisper to each other, sharing secret lullabies. Your mind slows, each breath a metronome counting toward the night. You let the heat become a pillow resting against your chest. The fire's crackle turns into a whispering wind inside your ears. It feels like an ancient tale told in a language of sighs. You recall the first written story told by a storyteller beside a hearth. The memory makes your body warm, as if the story itself is a blanket. You feel the story's rhythm, a gentle push toward the unknown. The fire's glow flickers, drawing the lines between memory and dream. You inhale, feeling the sweet scent of pine and old wood. The scent carries an echo of long-ago pilgrims passing through quiet lanes. You think of the quiet streets of Istanbul when night falls. The hearth keeps you awake only in the way of a gentle reminder. You feel your heartbeat aligning with the crackle, a slow music. The warmth is a promise, a quiet reassurance that you are safe. You let your eyes close, allowing the fire's light to fill the dark. The flames glow like tiny stars that can never leave the hearth. The heat rises, painting a gentle smile across your face. You feel the night's lull, a soft blanket over the world. The fire's glow is a friend, a lull that does not scream. You hear the distant creak, a gentle counter to the hearth's song. The creak's murmur blends with the crackle, forming a lullaby for your thoughts. You imagine the creak as a silver thread weaving through the night. The creak echoes like a sleepy sigh, a partner for the fire. You feel the world soften, melting into that shared warmth. You sense that as long as the fire burns, no nightmare can ignite. The warmth turns a dull thought into a gentle flutter of comfort. You notice the mantle's pattern, a subtle tapestry of smoke and ash. It feels like a memory etched in fire, a story without words. You breathe, the fire sighing in a steady rhythm that feels familiar. It reminds you of lullabies your grandmother sang under moonlight. You feel the rhythm, a calming wave that washes over your mind. You let the fire guide you deeper into a dreamscape of soft shadows. The shadows dance, forming gentle shapes that echo old myths. You realize the fire is a storyteller in its own right, sharing tales of stone. Your mind drifts, the world becoming a quiet theater awaiting your presence. Feel the hush, feel the ember, feel the night breathe beside you. You smile, for the heat and the darkness coalesce into one soft hug. The hearth becomes a lantern, guiding your thoughts around the garden of night. Its glow softens each shadow, whispering gentle promises of safety. You feel the embers touch warm your shoulder, a reminder of ancient home fires. The memory of home settles like a blanket, inviting you into sleep's arms. The fire keeps its own lull, a slow pulse that mirrors your breathing. You let your mind drift, carried by a tide of gentle sparks. Each spark whispers, "You are safe," in a language only the hearth knows. The heat is a blanket that melts the edges of your worries. You listen to the silence, a gentle applause for the day's end. The fire is a friend, a loyal companion who never asks for more. You feel the night's blanket wrap you, a smooth, cool cocoon. The embers glow, a soft lighthouse guiding you through dreams. You imagine the forest as a choir, each branch singing soft chords. You feel the song of the forest echo in the hearth's heartbeat. It merges with your breath, forming a lull that never ends. The fire invites you into its soft dream, a gentle journey. Your thoughts glide, slow as a feather, into the night's deep pocket. You feel the world pause, a pause that feels like a sigh. The hearth's flicker guides you to a place where worries melt. You lie back, letting the flame cradle you, a soft hand of safety. The fire continues, steady and calm, breathing with your heart. You feel the soft sun kiss your skin. You touch the old stone door, the cool of morning humming. Slight breeze brushes over your arms, a whisper from the fields beyond. You step inside, the courtyard humming softly, old memories echoing in the air. You notice a hidden corner where a candle flickers, its flame dancing like a timid fire. It illuminates an ancient tapestry, its threads whispering forgotten stories. The scent of cedar rises, carrying the forest's breath into the house. You inhale, feeling comfort settle into the quiet. You glide past a long table, the wood's grain steady and familiar. A feather lies on the mantel, a quiet invitation from the wind. You touch it, feeling its softness against your fingers. It invites the day to slow in soft rhythm. The hallway stretches, lined with portraits whose eyes follow your journey. You pause, feeling a sense of reverence seep into the air. Each portrait glows faintly, a soft spotlight illuminating memory's corner. You smile, drawn to the familiar faces, old friends whispered in stone. In the corner, a small brass candle lies, its wax yellowed by time. You light it, watching the flame dance, stirring memories into motion. The warmth curls around your shoulders like a gentle hand. A faint scent of pine rises, blending with the old house's musk. You walk slowly toward the attic again, curiosity guiding your footstep. The wooden ladder creaks softly, as if greeting an old friend. You reach the top, the air growing cooler, a breath of dusk. In the rafters, a thin, silvery thread twines, a relic of old rope. You trace it with your fingertip, feeling a soft vibration like a distant drum. The attic hums under the moon, a low pulse echoing in the rafters. You stand for a moment, letting the night blanket your senses. Your breath syncs with the gentle vibration, a quiet lull in the dark. Below, the kitchen smells of stew, simmering in a pot that has never cooled. You close your eyes, tasting the memory of spices that once danced on tongues. The scent weaves through your mind, a fragrant thread of comfort. You feel the warmth of the hearth echoing down the corridor. At the doorway of the estate, the late sun paints the courtyard gold. You step outside, feeling the cool stone under your bare feet. The air smells of rosemary, the wind carrying whispers from the cypress. You pause, absorbing the scent, letting it settle into your bones. You look up, the skyline a brushstroke of evening sky. You hear the wind's soft sigh, like someone breathing beside you. Your heart slows, finding rhythm with the hush of the world. A distant bell rings, a signal that evening is concluding its dance. You imagine the bell echoing through the valleys, a gentle call to rest. The sound lingers, settling like a blanket across the sky. You return to the house, finding the front door ajar, a soft invitation back. You step inside, the cool interior embracing you like a familiar hug. The foyer awaits, its carpet muffling your footsteps into whispers. You pause, listening to the house breathe, a lullaby for weary souls. You slide back toward the attic, the memory of the roof echoing. The staircase creaks, a soft chord that plays your inner melody. You climb, breath steady, the night embracing you once more. The attic air grows cooler again, the stars visible through the window. You sit on a dusty chair, the wood sighing under your weight. You close your eyes, feeling the steady heartbeat of the house. The house hums, a lull that guides your thoughts to a distant shore. The dream begins, a soft tide pulling you toward the cradle of night. You float, weightless, your mind riding on the gentle waves. The cypress roots sink deep into the earth, anchoring the sky. You feel the earth hum, a rhythmic heartbeat matching your own. You inhale, the night breathing with you, gentle and steady. Your eyelids grow heavy, the world dissolving into soft velvet. You drift, the estate's memory a lullaby wrapped around you. The gentle hum of the attic settles in your ears, a soothing chorus. You surrender, allowing sleep to claim you in its soft embrace. Night settles over the estate, the air cooling your skin. You feel the hush of the evening, a blanket of quiet that swallows sound. A gentle breeze wafts through the cypress, rustling needles like whispered lullabies. You inhale, the scent of cedar mingling with moonlit dew on the stone. The night hum of the estate is a low-frequency lull you almost mistake for sleep. In the courtyard, a fountain stirs, its water whispering secrets to the dark. The sound is like distant drums echoing under the stars. You sit beside it, the feeling your veins synchronize with the rhythmic pulse. Memory drips off, a drip droplet from the sky, into your thoughts. You hear the distant clink of a silver spoon, a forgotten breakfast lingering in time. The echo resonates through the stone walls, reminding you of a century past. They say the walls hold memories of every footstep, a whispered prayer. The estate still feels the presence of those long gone, wrapped in their stories. The ground underfoot is soft, a moss cushion that welcomes your tired souls. Your shoes sigh, the sound mixing with the faint nocturnal choir. You lift a hand to the cool stone, the subtle heat that remains. The stone holds the warmth of the old hearth that once warmed many dinners. Historically, the estate was part of the Ottoman holdings before it became a sanctuary. The Treaty of Lausanne, signed in 1923, helped define modern Turkey's borders. The history weaves itself into the very air you breathe tonight. There is a rumor that the estate's largest cypress was planted by a wandering monk. The monk is said to have left a tiny symbol carved on the trunk. If you look closely, you might catch the faint spiral etched into the bark. Some local legends claim the symbol glows when the moon is full, yet others argue that the glow is just a trick of light, not magic. A quirky aside, some scholars say a single nightingale's song can echo across rivers. If you stay still, you may hear the bird echoing back your breathing. It reminds you that even nature participates in the nocturnal orchestra. You recount the old story about the estate's secret door, a portal whispered in old texts. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. It's not on this estate, but it reminds you of bizarre past. The absurd phrase lingers, a reminder that history is full of mysteries. You feel a gentle pull, as if the earth breathing in sync with your heart. The hum of the cypresses joins the wind, creating a chorus that soothes deeply. You close your eyes, letting the rhythm draw you toward sleep. Your breathing slows, each exhale a wave of quiet energy. The estate's quiet hum becomes a mantra, a lull that guides you. You notice a small lantern left near the stone, its flame flickering like a star. The tiny light keeps time, keeping the darkness from feeling too dark. Historians still argue whether the lantern was lit during a secret meeting in the 19th century. You feel the weight of centuries settle around you, a protective blanket. In the moonlit field behind the house, you hear the soft chirping of crickets. Their song is a steady metronome, keeping the estate's nighttime heartbeat steady. You lie back, feeling the night air cool your toes. The crispness brings a shiver, yet it is comforting like a cool pillow. You let your shoulders relax fully into the floor. The floorboards groan softly, a familiar creak like an old friend. You think of the long afternoons you spent reading by firelight. The memory warms you, a gentle heat that contrasts the night's cool. You imagine the scent of old paper swirling with the night breeze. You feel your mind drifting, thoughts unwinding like loose rope. A faint breeze lifts a paper leaf. It floats like a tiny ship. You watch it glide, a small vessel sailing through darkness. It reminds you of a child's story about a paper boat that traveled oceans. The dream is a gentle anchor, keeping the night from wandering too far. You pause, feeling a moment of stillness that is almost sacred. In that pause, the estate seems to whisper, "You are welcome." The whisper is carried by wind, a secret syllable that feels like a hug. You breathe slowly, feeling a sensation like a warm blanket wrapping your chest. The night deepens, silence thickening, as if it too wants to rest. You feel the estate breathing, not just you, synchronizing with your pulse. The rhythm is steady, a gentle pulse that matches your slowed heart. You let the pulse carry you downstream into dreamscape territory. The dreamscape is a field of silver leaves, each one humming faintly. You walk among them, every step a soft tap of lightness. The leaves respond with a sound like a tiny crystal being struck. Your feet slip through the field, feeling weightless, like walking on clouds. The clouds here are low, their edges gentle and translucent, barely brushing your skin. You taste the air, smelling something like lavender and moonlight combined. It is the estate's night perfume, a subtle blend of earth and dream. You feel peace, a calm that fills every cell like a soft tide. The tide of silence washes over you, cleansing old thoughts. Your mind relaxes, shedding the day's clutter like leaves in autumn. You notice a faint glow at the top of a distant tree. The glow is a lantern, maybe, from a traveler resting in the night. Its light dances, drawing you into a gentle lull. You feel the pull gentle as a lullaby's call. The lull is real, a soft embrace that feels like a sigh. You hear a distant owl, its hoot a mellow note in the night. The owl's voice blends with the breeze, forming a lullaby that calms. You let the owl's hoot echo your heartbeat, a steady rhythm. The heartbeat of the estate is in sync with your pulse now. You lie and listen, feeling the world slip into softness. In the quiet, you realize the estate's hum is like a lullaby. You smile, your lips parting as a whisper escapes. The whisper thanks you for listening, a gentle echo. It's like a small choir singing quietly in the night. The choir fades as you drift deeper into dream. The dream is a soft sea of calm, rolling gently. Each wave carries a breath, a sigh, a restful pause. You find yourself on a shore barefoot, feeling the cold sand. The sand is cool, each grain a tiny memory. You close your eyes, feeling the sand melt into your skin. As you float, you hear the distant laughter of children lost in a game. The laughter is a memory, a sweet echo of a time long past. Your mind follows the laughter, drifting closer to sleep. The estate behind you remains quiet, holding its secret, its stories. You feel the weight, a comforting presence that you carry. The sleep comes slow, like the slowest tide. Your eyelids close, the world dissolving softly into gray. You hear a final whisper, the estate's voice saying good night. You pause, the last hush lingering, as if the path itself sighed a farewell. The worn trail curves gently beneath your feet, inviting a slower pace. Each stone speaks of centuries, of travelers who once tread these curves. Your toes feel the subtle undulations, soft ridges that welcome and guide. A breeze stirs the leaves, carrying faint aromas of pine and earth. You inhale deeply, savoring the calm, a breath that anchors the evening. The air cools slightly, yet a warm glow lingers around the mossy banks. Moss blankets the stones, each patch a living cushion that cradles your weight. You feel the soft embrace, as if the forest itself wraps a hug around you. The path extends, winding toward a small clearing that glows with moonlight. A silver pool glistens there, its surface reflecting the cypresses like polished glass. You kneel beside the pool, toes brushing the cool water softly. The water ripples, sending gentle waves that mirror your own pulse. You see your reflection as a silhouette, a quiet companion in the night. A ripple carries a tiny pebble, an invitation to cast your thoughts aside. You toss a pebble, watching its trajectory until it dissolves in the water. The ripple fades, replaced by a soothing silence that blankets the clearing. You sit back, allowing the night to seep into your muscles, easing tension. A distant owl hoots, a low, resonant sound that punctuates the quiet. Its call seems to echo, vibrating in the bones of the ancient cypresses. You listen, letting the sound blend with the faint murmur of wind. The wind carries whispers of history, echoes of a time long ago. A rustle of leaves reveals an old legend whispered among the villagers. They say the estate once housed a clandestine library, sealed for protection. The library, hidden beneath the courtyard, is said to hold forgotten manuscripts. History tells us that the estate was once part of an Ottoman estate in the 17th century. The walls still guard these stories, their secrets etched into stone. You recall the rumor that a wandering monk planted the tallest cypress nearby. The elder believes the monk carved a tiny symbol, a spiral that glows at full moon. The possibility excites you, even if the spell may just be light refraction. It makes you smile, thinking of magic hidden in plain sight. You lean closer, hearing a faint rustle, as if the leaves converse softly. A bird lands on a branch, its wings whispering a lullaby of the woods. You feel the bird's presence, a tiny heartbeat against your palm. You trace the bird's feather, imagining the stories it carries in its eyes. The night deepens, and the world feels like a quiet blanket over your senses. You notice a small lantern flickering near the path, its flame dancing like a star. The lantern's glow is warm enough to soothe even the most restless mind. Historians still argue whether the lantern was lit during a clandestine meeting. You feel the mystery, a thread of intrigue woven into the night's fabric. Your thoughts drift, unburdened by daylight worries, as the lantern keeps time. You imagine the meeting, people cloaked in shadows, voices low and secretive. The lantern's glow casts shadows that seem to lean toward you, inviting curiosity. You remember the absurd phrase, crocodile dung sunscreen, laughing at that bizarre memory. The phrase lingers, a reminder that myths and facts often dance together. The memory lightens your heart like a gentle wind lifting old feathers. You turn, the path winding onward through the whispering woods. Each step you take leaves a faint imprint on the moss, a temporary footprint. You feel the moss embrace your soles, as if thanking you for the brief contact. The trail narrows further, the cypresses growing closer, their needles brushing. You feel a slight cool draft, as if the trees are exhaling a sigh of relief. A gentle fragrance of rosemary and thyme wafts from a hidden garden behind the path. You inhale, letting the scent anchor you deeper into the present moment. You notice a patch of wildflowers, a burst of color against the dark soil. They sway slowly, dancing to the rhythm of the wind's soft song. You pause, observing how each petal moves like a tiny, sleeping eyelid. You picture a sleeping child, tucked in a blanket of night, breathing in sync. The scene comforts you, reminding you of the gentle stillness you seek. You continue walking, the path creaking softly beneath every footfall. The creaks sound like distant drums, counting a slow, steady heartbeat. You feel each beat beneath you, a pulse that matches your own breathing. Your lungs fill with cool air, each inhale a quiet invitation to rest. You exhale slowly, letting the tension melt like snow in sunlight. The path leads to a small overlooking a moonlit field. The field stretches wide, grass sparkling like tiny stars in the dark. You sit on the edge of the overlook, feeling the soil under your skin. The grass bends gently, as if rocking an old rocking chair. You feel the tilt, a reminder that the earth itself rocks back. A faint hum rises from the field, a lullaby of wind and silence. Your ear catches the sound, feeling the vibration in your heart. You listen, letting the hum settle like a gentle blanket over thoughts. The night sky unfolds, revealing a tapestry of constellations. You trace Orion's belt, noting the bright stars that form a steady line. The stars feel close, as if they could whisper a secret into your ear. You lean back, feeling a subtle shift in the night's temperature. The air cools, the night's perfume deepening to a soothing depth. You notice a faint starlight reflected in a nearby stone, a tiny glow. The glow feels like a quiet applause to the quiet you are in. You smile softly, accepting the present moment without judgment. You feel a deep sense of belonging, tied to the path and its history. You hear the wind through the cypresses, a gentle susurrus of ancient tales. You sense the presence of distant ancestors who once walked this same trail. Their footsteps echo in the stones, a pattern made of dust and stone. You feel a quiet connection, as if the past and present embrace. You pause once more, listening to a subtle sound, a faint click of a lock. The click is distant, but vivid, as if the lock had been opened a time ago. You imagine a hidden door, unlocking a secret passage beneath the estate. The idea sparks a curious flame, but you choose to keep the night peaceful. You continue down the path, your senses heightened to the whispering woods. The path is illuminated by a soft glow, reflecting the moon's pale light. You feel the moon's embrace, gentle and reassuring. A subtle vibration ripples through the soil, as if nature is breathing. You feel the rhythm sync with the heartbeat of the earth. You realize the path is worn, a tapestry woven by many hands over centuries. You think that the worn marks are a testament to resilience and unity. You breathe in, feeling a calm that washes over your limbs. You exhale, letting go of every worry and strain from the day. The path bends again, leading you toward a small stone alcove. The alcove is carved into a cypress, a hidden sanctuary from the night. Inside, a small pile of leaves rests, a natural altar of nature. You step inside, feeling the cool touch of the stone on your skin. The space is quiet, almost sacred, like a secret room of whispers. You sit on a small rock, letting the quiet settle inside. You notice a faint scent of cedar and rain, a blend that soothes the mind. You close your eyes, feeling the warmth of the stone against your cheek. Outside, the wind rustles the leaves, a lullaby that lulls you deeply. You feel the wind's breath, a subtle sigh that fills your lungs. Your breathing slows, each exhale a wave of serenity. You hear a faint hum, a low-frequency echo from the cypress. The hum is almost like a dream, a whisper of night's lullaby. You feel the hum resonating, creating a gentle vibration across your chest. The vibration is a subtle reminder that we are connected. You imagine that each hum echoes back your own heartbeat, a silent duet. You sit for a while longer, letting the feeling deepen. A bright moon appears overhead, silver light falling across the path. You feel the light kiss your face, a gentle, luminous touch. The glow makes the moss underfoot appear almost silver. You feel the coolness of the moss against your skin, soothing. You stand, feeling the path guide your steps forward. The path leads you to a narrow bridge, arching over a small creek. The creek murmurs, water dancing over stones, small bubbles rising. You pause at the edge, feeling a cool mist graze your forearm. The mist is like a gentle hand, lightly touching. You inhale the scent of water and soil, a calm refresh. You notice a small fish flitting beneath the clear surface. You watch it glide, a quiet presence in the water. The fish moves like a shadow, calm and purposeful. You feel the water's temperature against your skin, a gentle balance. You remember a childhood tale of a fish that whispered secrets. The story makes you smile and feel lighter, a quiet laugh. You step onto the bridge, feeling the wood creak softly beneath you. The creaks echo like distant heartbeats, steady and rhythmic. You cross the bridge, feeling each footfall guided by gentle music. You reach the other side, feeling the path continue into silence. The silence there feels like a deep ocean, vast and peaceful. You stand, feeling the wind carry a faint smell of wild mint. The mint aroma lifts your spirits, a gentle lift. You notice a small twig crackling softly in the wind. The twig breaks, sound small, like a whispered hush. You hear the tiny crack, a reminder of nature's subtle stories. The sound is almost as soothing as a lullaby. You smile again, feeling grateful for simple moments. You hear another sound, a faint clink of metal. The clink echoes across the field, a quiet note of history. You imagine a lock that once held a secret, its metal now dormant. The idea sparks intrigue, but you keep walking, following the path. You realize the path's purpose, to lead you into deeper calm. You continue, each step a gentle rhythm that aligns with your breathing. You think about the path, about ancient travelers, and today's quiet wanderer. You feel the present with gratitude, as a steady current through your chest. You listen to the wind, to leaves, to distant stars. You feel the wind carry a faint echo of laughter from the past. The echo fades into a lullaby that sways your thoughts. You relax, letting the mind empty like a quiet room. You pause at the heart of the path, where nothing else exists. The space feels like a pocket of calm, endless and pure. You sit, allowing the stillness to embrace like a blanket. You feel the warmth of the earth beneath, grounding you. You sense the rhythm of the night, a heartbeat that syncs with yours. You inhale, feeling a cool breeze kiss your face. You exhale, letting go of all tension like leaves falling. You hear a gentle hum, an ancient song of the trees. You feel each note resonating through your bones, gentle as a lull. The hum becomes a mantra, steady and calming. You visualize the path looping back to where silence began. You feel the loop, a circle of peace and rest. You feel the calm deepening, the world shrinking to a single moment. You close your eyes, letting the sound envelop your thoughts. You think of the path as a journey, one that started with a whisper. The whisper grows louder, a promise of gentle slowness. You feel the heart settle, a slow, steady beat. An awareness floods you of being present in this moment. You breathe, feeling each inhale like a soft caress. You exhale, releasing tension like a cloud dissolving. You hear a faint echo, a distant drumbeat, gentle. The drumbeat syncs with your heart, slow and reassuring. You notice the sound seems to come from everywhere, a unified chorus. You feel a unity, a connection to the earth and stars. You understand that all these sounds are whispers of the same night. You feel gratitude for the gentle presence of the path. You feel a gentle pressure around your throat, like a warm hug. You smile, feeling the subtle pulse of the evening. You feel the world soften, like a soft pillow of night. You think the path will keep you safe, an endless safe harbor. You feel the earth and the path as a gentle home, welcoming. You continue to breathe, letting the rhythm anchor you. You accept the gentle comfort, a soft blanket of silence. You feel the peace rise, like a tide that embraces your mind. You sense the night as a friend, carrying you toward rest. You sense the path as a guide, leading you gently home. You sense the whisper of the cypresses, their leaves folding like folded sheets. You sense a quiet joy in these small, serene details. You notice a faint scent of rain, fresh and cleansing. The scent reminds you of cleansing and renewal. You breathe in, letting the fragrance fill your lungs. You exhale, feeling a sense of liberation slowly rising. You feel the breath deepen, each cycle calming your mind. You sense the night's rhythm as a lullaby that soothes. You remain in this place, feeling a gentle embrace that holds you. You feel no urgency, only a gentle presence. You breathe in darkness, breathing out the day. You feel the path guide you, ever gently toward peaceful sleep. The night feels full, a soft blanket of calm. You feel your eyelids grow heavy as the path's hum sings you into rest. The path remains steady, a constant presence in the darkness. You feel the world easing, each beat of heart aligning. You feel gratitude, thankfulness, a quiet hum of the earth. You feel the final whisper, the estate's voice saying goodnight. The moonlight drifts across the garden, turning dew into liquid silver. You hear the soft crackle of leaves, whispering like old friends. Cypresses stand tall, their branches swaying in gentle rhythm. You notice a faint glow from the moss behind a stone path. The moss feels cool, like a tiny sea of velvet beneath your toes. You step lightly, each footfall a quiet invitation to rest. The evening hum grows deeper, blending with the distant river's song. A breeze carries the scent of fresh pine, almost intoxicating. You inhale and let the aroma settle deep within your chest. The wind carries a faint echo of laughter from long ago. You smile at the memory of children chasing fireflies at dusk. Remember the quirky tale about the midnight goat that changes color. The goat's fur shifts blue when the moon is full, experts claim. Your mind drifts back to the rumor of the Cypress's secret choir. Some say the trees sing when the stars align, a fringe hypothesis. You pause, letting the mystery wash over like a cool mist. The ground hums softly, a low vibration beneath your skin. It feels as if the earth itself is breathing, steady and slow. You feel the rhythm syncing with the beat of your own heart. You begin to walk deeper into the garden, following the glowing path. The stones beneath you feel warm, a subtle reminder of firewood. You consider the estate's history, built during the Ottoman age. The estate's walls still echo stories from the 17th century. Historians still argue whether the old library was truly lost. You pause, hearing the distant clink of a forgotten lock. Your curiosity sparks, but you choose to carry on with calm. The path widens, revealing a clearing framed by silver leaves. In the center sits an ancient fountain, its water still and clear. The fountain's crystal surface mirrors the moon, creating a starry illusion. You sit, letting the water's coolness seep into your limbs. The sound of waves mingles with the distant owl's call. You listen and feel the forest's pulse echo in your chest. A light breeze lifts petal fragments, dancing like small ballerinas. You watch them twirl and settle, painting a slow, quiet rhythm. You exhale, releasing tension, letting the breath deepen. Your thoughts drift to earlier jokes, to the garden's playful charm. You chuckle softly, recalling that joke about the tree audition. The joke echoed, Cypresses are secretly auditioning for a tree-climbing reality show. You smile, realizing humor is a bridge between mind and nature. You feel a gentle weight settle against your thigh, a sleeping stone. You rest briefly, letting the stone's calmness seep through. The night deepens, carrying an aroma of jasmine and fresh rain. You inhale, savoring the blend that whispers of distant gardens. You feel the perfume settle, wrapping you in a quiet lullaby. Your footsteps become measured, as if walking in a dreamscape. You notice a small feather fluttering, carried by the wind's grace. The feather lands softly on your hand, a silent message of peace. You hold it, feeling its softness like newborn cloud remnants. Your mind shifts to the garden's hidden corners, beckoning curiosity. You walk toward a narrow arch of intertwined branches. At the arch's inner side, a small shrine glows under moonlight. It is carved from cedar, carved by forgotten artisans in centuries past. You pause, feeling the stone's coolness through your fingertips. The shrine's inscription glimmers, inviting silent contemplation. Your heart steadies, aligning with the gentle hum of the woods. You lean closer, reading the ancient script, the words blur. The script translates to guard the night, preserve the peace. A shiver runs through you, feeling the tree's protective spirit. A distant rustle interrupts, a moth flitting near a candle's glow. You watch the candle's flame flicker, painting dancing shadows. The candles, scattered across the garden, keep the darkness at bay. You take a deep breath, letting the scent of sandalwood flood. The sandalwood's aroma soothes, grounding you deep within the moment. You feel the world melting into soft silence, like a velvet blanket. You pause, feeling the cypresses sway gently, as if breathing too. A faint chirp resonates, perhaps a small bird nested nearby. You listen, letting the chirp echo in your ears like a lull. You recall the joke about the goat, the moon, and color-shifting fur. Your laughter is soft, echoing through the quiet night air. You feel a warmth around your chest, as if the garden is hugging you. You feel the night's blanket grow thicker, drawing in sleep. A soft hum rises from a moss-covered stone, a deep chord. The hum feels like a lullaby, as if the ground sings a poem. You feel each note resonant, traveling through your bones. You sink deeper into the garden's embrace, letting time stretch. The stars above glitter like tiny pinpricks of hope. You trace Orion's belt, feeling ancient constellations guiding you. You feel the night story, a whisper of centuries long. The estate's walls echo, holding memories of whispered lullabies. You can hear the ancient oaks rustle, as if counting breaths in the dark. You pause to notice a distant firefly, blinking in soft rhythm. You feel the world slow, each breath a gentle wave. Your mind drifts to the quiet of old wooden shutters. You imagine a century-old cabin, its shutters creaking in sleep. You smile at the thought of warm firelight peeking through cracks. You hear the distant roar of the river, a continuous lullaby. The river's current flows, echoing the garden's slow pulse. You follow the sound, feeling its coolness brush your cheeks. A splash of water kisses the path, bringing a fresh, crisp aroma. You feel the earth beneath you, solid and steady as stone. You feel the path's curve guide you towards a hidden grove. The grove opens like a secret gate, bathed in moonlight. You step inside, feeling the air shift, becoming cooler. A small lantern flickers, casting soft circles on the earth. Its light is steady, as if counting seconds in sleep. You pause, feeling the lantern's glow soothe your eyes. You listen to the night's subtle choir of crickets, beetles, and wind. Their chorus forms a soft symphony, guiding your mind towards rest. You feel each insect's hum resonant, a gentle drum in the dark. You inhale deeply, breathing in the silence, letting it fill your lungs. You exhale, releasing thoughts that once tangled in your mind. A gentle breeze carries the scent of wild mint and rosemary. You close your eyes, letting the aroma wash over each cell. You feel the mint's freshness clearing your thoughts, like a breath of new life. You sense the garden's pulse, steady as a metronome. You feel the rhythm match your own heartbeats, slowing. A distant call of a night crow lands near the path. You listen to its call, reverberating in the night air. You step forward, feeling the grass cushion each footfall. The grass blades whisper, telling a story of seasons past. You notice a faint trail of ants marching in a straight line. The ants march, small warriors protecting hidden treasures. You smile, thinking of the tiny ants as miniature soldiers. Your mind conjures the image of ants guarding a secret. You continue walking, feeling the paths slope slightly upward. The view opens, revealing a distant hill under the stars. You see the hill, covered in pine needles glittering like tiny stars. You feel the winds whisper on your cheek, like a lover's sigh. Your lips curl into a quiet, amused smile. You recall a joke about the goat, the trees, and the sky. The goat changed color under full moon, experts whispered. You laugh softly, the sound blending with distant night sounds. You pause at a small stone mound, the ground soft beneath. You kneel, feeling the earth's steadiness and ancient wisdom. You feel your thoughts settle, like seeds resting in fertile soil. You sense the night breathe, deep and unhurried. You stand, the garden's whisper guiding your next step. You feel the path curve toward a forgotten archway. Archway's pillars stand, etched with faded symbols. You recognize one symbol, an Ouroboros, a serpent eating its tail. You think of history's endless cycles and how time loops. You continue, feeling the stone's coolness underfoot. A faint glimmer of moonlight pierces the trees, creating a spotlight. You step into the light, feeling it wash over your skin. You pause, feeling a gentle hum from the stone's core. The hum carries a message, a lullaby of ancient stones. You feel the stone vibrate, resonating in your chest. You inhale, letting the stone's vibration settle into your breathing. Your exhale carries calm, like a candle's steady flame. You feel the night's energy calm, weaving around you. You see a small patch of wild roses blooming near the path. The roses exhale a sweet fragrance that lingers in the air. You touch the petals, feeling their subtle roughness. You feel a sudden lightness, as if walking on cloud. You remember the quirky story about the goat's color shift. The goat's fur glows in moonlight, a living lantern. Your mind lets that image bloom like a sunrise. You smile inwardly, the quiet humor keeping your heart light. You hear the faint sound of distant bells, a gentle chime. The bells tick in rhythm with your breaths, a silent metronome. You feel your pulse sync with the chime, calming more. A whisper travels in the air, a secret whispered by the wind. You feel the whisper reach your mind, speaking of peace. You let the whisper settle, filling the gaps in silence. You hear the rustle of leaves, a gentle crackle. You pause, feeling the leaves' breath as if they were breathing too. Your mind drifts to the 17th century, a time of empire. You feel the estate's walls hold that era's stories. People once walked these grounds with hushed steps. They whispered secrets and dreamt of hidden treasures. Historians still argue whether the treasures were real or just a myth. You feel that debate echoing through the quiet night. A faint wind passes, carrying a scent of distant orchards. You feel the apple's sweet scent mixing with the night. You walk, letting the orchard scent drift on your breath. Your mind floats on a cloud of calm, each step soothing. You feel a sense of wonder, like a child discovering caves. You smile as you imagine the child's wide eyes. You feel the glow of the stars above, a silent audience. A constellation rises, forming the silhouette of a crane. You trace the lines, feeling the crane's gentle flight. The crux of the night is in stillness, a quiet promise. You feel the promise settle, soft as a blanket. You pause to feel the ground's gentle pulse. You sense that the ground is alive, whispering ancient lullabies. A distant owl speaks, a soft voice in the dark. You remember the owl's wisdom, and you nod. You feel your mind clear, the clutter drifting away. You inhale, taking in the quiet night's breath. You exhale, releasing the world into a gentle sigh. You stand, feeling the night's calm wrapping around you. You feel the path's rhythm keep you steady, a lullaby of steps. You remember the quirky goat and its light, the moon reflecting it. You chuckle softly, imagining the goat dancing in moonlight. You hear a new sound, the distant tick of a clock. The clock's tick echoes, counting each second of peace. You feel that tick in your heart, merging with breath. You feel the night grow deeper, the darkness thickening around. You feel your eyelids grow heavy, the garden's hum pulling you. You feel the soft sigh of the wind as it wraps you in a blanket. You are drifting toward the deep quiet, asleep waiting gently. You feel the path's final curve, leading into the heart of rest. You feel your mind settle, folding like a leaf in a gentle breeze. You feel the estate's voice saying goodnight, and your heart answers. A single candle flickers in the center of the marble alcove. Its low flame casts dancing shadows against the stone walls. The scent of beeswax drifts, mingling with warm cedar wood. You close your eyes, letting the glow soften every edge. Outside, distant owls call, adding an ethereal music to the night. The candle's light flickers against the old stone like a heartbeat. You hear a faint crackle, as if the flames whisper secrets. Your breath matches the rhythm, slow and steady, like a lull. The estate's history hums within each ember. In 1680, an Ottoman noble commissioned a chapel, embedding these candles into its design. That date marks the beginning of a tradition of twilight prayers. The candle's wax, once harvested from bees, was a prized resource. Curiously, some say the estate's candles were tied with silver thread, glinting under the moon. This fringe hypothesis suggests the threads channel lunar energy. The idea remains unverified, but the glow feels almost magical. You smile, letting the wonder drift over your senses. In a sudden hush, the candle's flame dances to an unseen pulse. It becomes a bridge between past and present, a living lantern. Its steady glow reminds you of the Ottoman court's nightly prayers. Historians still argue whether the original candle oil was derived from beeswax or olive oil. The debate lingers like a gentle mist across the estate's history. You close your fingers over the wax, feeling its warmth against your skin. The candle's ember emits a soft crackle, a comforting counterpoint. A gentle breeze brushes the window, rattling glass in a quiet rhythm. Across the room, moonlight streams through stained glass, painting colors on the altar. The hues shift as you move, matching the candle's flicker. Even the stone seems to breathe in time with the flame. You feel a sense of timelessness settle over you. The candle's light is the only source of warmth in this dim alcove. It gently lifts your spirits, dissolving the last of the day's exhaustion. You inhale deeply, taking in the fragrant aroma of bees and cedar. Each breath feels like a soft caress against your lungs. The crackling flame seems to answer your inhalation with a gentle pop. As you exhale, the candle's glow tightens, a steady pulse matching your heart. You feel the room's quiet pulse synchronizing your thoughts, slowly easing worries away. The flickering lamp becomes a soft spotlight, guiding you toward rest. The candle light creates patterns that shift like slow waves on water. Each pattern reminds you of tides, rolling gently on ancient shores. You imagine the palace's courtyard, where waves in the fountains used to play. Memories of a past life mingle with the present, soothing your mind. Soft footsteps echo faintly behind you, perhaps a night guard in the estate. You hear his sandals pad softly on the stone, a rhythm you recognize. You feel a sense that you are shared in this quiet ritual. The candle's glow watches over both of you, keeping secrets in darkness. A breeze slips through a slight crack in the wall, bringing fresh pine. Its scent blends with beeswax, creating a lull that feels like a gentle hug. You close your eyes again, letting the fragrance seep into your nerves. The scent anchors you, grounding thoughts floating like leaves. At first, a faint whisper drifts toward you, carried by the wind. It sounds like a question asking, "Did you ever notice the candle's pattern?" You smile, knowing this is the estate's way of speaking to travelers. The whisper fades, replaced by the steady hiss of the flame. Each crackle seems to answer your questions, echoing around the alcove. You feel the pulse of the room, a rhythmic heartbeat that lulls you into calm. The candle's light dims slightly, dancing with shadows as if breathing. The subtle dance invites you to follow its motion toward serenity. You inhale again, smelling the mixture of wood smoke and beeswax. The scent is deep, rich, almost like a storybook memory. It carries the weight of generations, each breath connecting you. You feel the candle's presence beside you, steady and soft. The flame's gentle glow makes the walls appear to pulse. It feels like a living lantern, humming with history and light. You reach out, feeling the smoothness of the stone, cool to touch. Your fingers trace veins etched by time, each line a quiet story. The candle's brightness flickers like a quiet heartbeat, steady and soft. It lingers in the air, lingering more with each breath. You breathe out, letting the quiet settle deep into your chest. The candle keeps watch, a constant presence in the night. In this gentle glow, you realize the night is more than a time. It is a tapestry woven of moments, each thread soft and bright. You feel yourself slipping into this weave, surrendering to the quiet. The candle's gentle flame is the thread guiding you toward dreams. A soft wind rustles the leaves outside, creating a rustling choir. It matches the candle's rhythm, a duet of nature and flame. You feel a shiver of delight, as if the world itself is breathing. The air shifts slightly, carrying a whisper of summer breeze. You smile, remembering jokes about midnight goats that change color. The memory lightens your thoughts, letting them drift like clouds. You feel an ease, as if each breath is a step toward the night. The candle's light remains steady, like a compass in darkness. Your eyelids grow heavy, the glow gently pulling you into rest. You settle deeper, the candles flame a soft lullaby in your room. The night feels warm, a blanket of calm covering all thoughts. You drift, guided by the steady glow, closing into sleep. The candle's wax is slightly melted, forming a small silver ribbon around the flame. It catches light, reflecting soft gleams onto the stone walls. Your senses feel more attuned, as if all colors were amplified. The light, like a miniature sun, watches as you breathe slowly. A rusted bell on the courtyard door rattles softly, a reminder of the estate's old guard. The sound echoes through the alley, filling the air with gentle timbre. Your heartbeat syncs with it, a subtle rhythm of trust. The bell's melody is ancient, yet comforting, like a lullaby sung by the wind. The flicker grows steadier, mirroring the steady pulse of the earth below. The ground sighs, a soft exhale that carries peace. You feel a gentle warmth rising from the stone. It comforts you, like a mother's hug at dusk. The candlelight shifts, turning the chamber of your mind into a lantern of dreams. Your thoughts wander through memory lanes, where each step lightens the air. The air tastes like rosemary and old parchment. You inhale and feel the world soften, as if the night itself is a blanket. You realize that every candle in this estate has told a story. Some were lit for lovers, others for weary travelers seeking rest. Each flame, a beacon, guides weary hearts toward repose. The current one whispers calm, coaxing your breath to slow. You close your eyes again, feeling the candle's glow embrace your consciousness. It feels like a quiet hand resting on your forehead. The gentle pressure assures you that you are not alone. The night around you hums a lullaby of endless stars. The stars seem closer, like tiny lanterns within your reach. Their light traces constellations, guiding your thoughts like a map of dreams. You feel a small pull, gently luring you toward the horizon of sleep. The candle's ember softens, like a sigh escaping a cloud. You breathe in the quiet, letting the darkness settle like velvet. Your eyelids flutter, a soft drumbeat of impending slumber. You feel the warmth of the candle seep into your ribcage. It anchors you to the moment, like a lighthouse on a calm sea. The candle's glow flickers, painting silhouettes against the window. It casts a gentle halo, bathing the room in a soft embrace. You let your thoughts dissolve, like a sandcastle eroding. The night grows deeper, drawing you into a quiet sea of dreams. You step through the open gate, the courtyard's stone cool beneath your feet. Beyond the railing, glistening water stretches, a smooth sheet reflecting silvered stars. Each ripple whispers a lullaby, gentle as a sigh from a sleeping cloud. You crouch by the pool's edge, feeling the cool spray kiss your skin. The water's surface mirrors 1,000 tiny lanterns, the night's own fireflies. It feels like stepping into an old dream, a reflection that knows your name. Your breath mingles with the mist, each exhale a soft punctuation in the hush. The night air smells of rosemary and wet stones, ancient perfumes that linger. You notice the reflection shimmers, not flat, but alive with tiny waves. It's the water remembering the sky's secrets, translating photons into ripples. Ancient Greeks used a similar pool to chart night paths. Local lore claims the fountain hums when the moon is full, a lull song for wandering sailors. Historians still argue whether the stars reflected here are part of an ancient map or merely night's mirage. You pause, listening to the water's breath as if it were a podcast host whispering bedtime stories. I mean, only a YouTube night vlogger could describe this scene so calmly. The pool's reflection shifts, showing each stone like a tiny mirror, an ancient set of crystal lanterns. You notice the ripple pattern forming a circle, a soft orbit around a hidden secret. It's probably the moon's own reflection, or a mischievous stargazer misbehaving. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. Your reflection feels suddenly more pure. The quiet sigh of the water is like a soft hum from a distant choir. You inhale, picturing the chorus of stars as bright fireflies flickering above. It's the kind of image that makes a cat stare, thinking it's a cucumber again. There is a gentle rhythm, almost like a metronome, keeping your breathing in pace. You realize your pulse matches the water's pulse, a subtle syncopation of living. It feels like a secret handshake with the universe, whispered just for you. Maybe the stars are inviting you to a late-night tea party with constellations. You chuckle softly, thinking perhaps it is the moon's way to say, stay a while. The pool's surface ripples again, this time forming a gentle spiral that looks like a galaxy. You trace the spiral with your fingertips, feeling the faint coolness of moonlit water. It's a reminder that even the smallest part of the pool participates in the galaxy's music. You let your gaze soften, allowing the water to sing you a gentle dream. You close your eyes, breathing in the cool night air, and breathe out calm. The moment feels suspended. Time itself seems to pause beside the water's gentle lull. You feel the pulse of the earth under your feet, a subtle thrum. That thrum syncs with the water's ripple, a conversation between land and lake. Maybe ancient astronomers used these reflections to chart night paths. They might have believed that the ripples were tiny constellations dancing. You chuckle, thinking that ancient astronomers might have drunk too much wine. Sure, a glass of wine might have helped them see stars in puddles. But what's real is the tranquil rhythm that steadies any mind weary of daylight. You lie back, letting the water's surface mimic a sky full of constellations. The stars become your companions, gently nudging you toward rest. Your breathing slows, each inhale a wave, and each exhale a current. It's a natural meditation, no fancy app needed, just the water and stars. You smile, knowing that this simple act can calm even the mightiest of thoughts. The pool's reflection shifts again, this time forming an invisible bridge across the sky. Do you see it? That bridge connects the world you know with the heavens above. A gentle pull calls your thoughts to the water, a tug of curiosity. But it's not a force, just a soft invitation to relax. You lean in, feeling the water kiss your fingertips lightly. The droplets form tiny crystals on your skin, each one a miniature star. Your skin tingles, a reminder of the cosmos's gentle touch. You feel connected, as if the stars themselves are humming a lull. The hush of the night continues, a blanket of quiet around you. You breathe, letting the silence soak into your lungs. The coolness of the water echoes, a subtle reminder of the earth's pulse. Your eyelids flutter, but you choose to stay awake for one more moment. The pool's surface seems to breathe, like a giant eye in the wet darkness. You imagine the eye as a guardian, watching over you, keeping you safe. Your voice is a whisper, but the water listens keenly, offering calm relief. You close your eyes again, feeling the world tilt toward sleep. The water's rhythm, the stars' glow, the earth's thrum, everything aligns. You slip into a gentle dream, a soft boat floating on celestial currents. Your mind, loosened, drifts down the stream of stars. No need for steering. You think of the ancient pool, used by emirs to contemplate fate. They whispered stories of lost empires and the secrets of the sky. You grin, realizing that you are but a tiny drop in a vast ocean of history. A soft chuckle escapes you, an echo of the pool's ancient laughter. The world outside remains still, a backdrop to your inner voyage. You inhale slowly, drawing in the faint scent of jasmine from the garden beyond. The fragrance lingers, a sweet perfume that lulls even the most restless mind. You imagine the garden as a tapestry stitched with lights, each bloom a glowing point. The air feels warmer, a tender embrace from the night's quiet. You feel safe, like a child wrapped in a blanket of stars. Your breathing steadies, the heartbeats slow, a quiet drum of calm. The pool's surface hums, a lull like a mother's sigh. You let that sound guide your mind to the doorway of sleep. The darkness feels deep, yet warm and inviting, a soft ocean awaiting you. You pause, feeling the gentle pull of the night toward you. You are pulled deeper, the world sliding into a blue-gray blanket that is sleep. But before you fall, you glance at the water one last time. It reflects a star that once guided sailors to safe shores. You smile, knowing the night has listened to you, waiting for you to rest. The pool's silence speaks, and you hear it as a gentle lull. You close your eyes, your mind becoming a drifting cloud of dreams. It feels like stepping onto a starry path, each constellation a promise. And with each breath, the world settles into a slow, unhurried rhythm. No need for alarm bells. The night keeps its own quiet watch. You find the perfect spot, a place that feels like a cradle. Your body settles, the muscles relax, like a cat on a sunny slope. You let the evening's silence fill you, a cocoon of warm, calm darkness. Your heart slows, beating in time with the quiet. You hear the water's soft applause, a celebration of the night. You drift, the world softening, the memory of the day dissolving. The only sound is the gentle sigh of a sleeping pool. Your consciousness starts to fade, like a star at dawn. You sleep, floating, safe, and the night embraces you entirely. The breeze carries tiny whispers of distant seas, a reminder of far horizons. You feel the salt in the air, an unexpected kiss on your tongue. Maybe the ocean was once part of this estate, long before it was a garden. As your eyelids grow heavy, you imagine a shoreline under violet stars. You hear the faint lull of waves, a lull that matches the water's cadence. It's a soothing reminder that the world is rhythm, not chaos. Your body sinks deeper, as if the earth itself is a giant hammock. You let this notion drift, feeling nothing but peace. The night sky overhead continues to hum, an orchestra of quiet stars. You smile, letting the lull soothe your last thoughts. You drift into a dream, floating above the tranquil estate. It is a gentle voyage, the water guiding you through memories and constellations. Your mind, a map of the night, follows the light, exploring unseen shores. You feel your breathing align with the stars' slow beat. The last line of your thoughts fades into the sea of darkness. You finally rest, the water, stars, and night all humming lullabies. You feel the quiet seep deeper into the hush that has wrapped the estate for centuries. The cypresses stand like sentinels, their branches whispering secrets in the breeze. Your footsteps echo in the hollow, a gentle reminder that you are still breathing. The air tastes of damp stone and the faint scent of cedar. You pause to listen to the wind, and a subtle hum rises from the trunks. You realize that the silence is not empty, but full of whispered histories. A plaque near an old fountain declares that the Great Pyramid once guided stars to ships. The mention sparks a thought. Ancient travelers watched the same sky. You imagine a traveler's lamp flickering, reflecting on a stone that holds ages. The plaque also hints that a strange star pattern can spell a secret code. You feel a chill that is more excitement than cold. The branches rustle each leaf a tiny drum calling out a lull. You close your eyes for a heartbeat, feeling the coolness on your skin. A breeze rolls in, carrying a scent of distant orchards. The cypresses seem to smile, their leaves shading your face. You think of a cat that once chased a shadow of a star, only to discover it was its own ego. A laugh spills out, echoing faintly in the courtyard. You open your eyes to find the sun beginning to bleed its light into the sky. The light paints the trunks in gold, a slow, gentle transition. You walk along a path lined with smooth stones, each one cool beneath your feet. The stones feel like small mirrors, showing reflections of your wandering mind. You pause to listen to the wind's voice, a chorus of soft rustles. You remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. Its smell still lingers among the leaves. You think of a joke about a cat's night market of crickets wearing tiny hats. You chuckle, the sound merging with the gentle wind. The wind carries a faint sound, like a distant hum from a distant realm. You wonder if this hum is a signal or simply the wind's play. Historians still argue whether the echo you hear in the cypresses is a wind pattern or a choir. Your mind flips between the idea that the sound is a message from ages. You breathe, feeling the wind calm your thoughts. The calmness spreads like a blanket over the stones. You notice a tiny beetle marching, glinting in the light. It carries a tiny world on its back, a microcosm of nature. You feel your eyes adjust to the changing light. You notice the shadows shifting, bending, aligning with the trees. Each shadow seems to form a small, moving tapestry. The sound of your steps fades behind a soft hush. You hear a distant song, perhaps carried by a bird that never flies. You realize that every bird has a secret conversation. You walk slower, letting the wind carry your thoughts. The breeze touches your cheek, a soft caress akin to a lover's whisper. You imagine this breeze as a gentle hand cleaning the sweat off your brow. You feel a smile bloom, a slow ripple in your face. You think of a quirky tidbit telling that some believe the moon is a lizard in space. The thought brings a chuckle that rings through the trees. You hear a rustle behind a cedar, a small mouse scurrying. Its tiny paws leave no trace on the damp stones. You listen to the soundless forest, feeling its breath close to yours. You feel the rhythm of your heart syncing with the rustling leaves. The rhythm is steady, a pulse that can calm nerves. You feel the pulse guide you into a quiet meditation. The trees seem to lean closer, as if sharing a secret. You feel an invitation from the ancient roots to sleep. You imagine the roots as a network of sleeping wires. You consider that this estate is an old library of silence. Its books are the leaves that whisper in the wind. You feel the breeze carry a scent of distant oceans once upon a time. You think perhaps this estate was once a part of the sea, a shoreline now turned garden. The idea spreads like a wave across the surface of your mind. You smile, knowing that thoughts can travel long distances. You remember the quiet as a gentle ocean that carries you. You close your eyes, and the wind becomes a gentle lullaby. You feel the rhythm like a drumbeat that can calm a warrior. You hear a soft sigh from the trunks, a sigh of old leaves. You imagine the sigh as a gentle exhale of the earth. You breathe through the ears, letting it wash over your head. The sound is a gentle lull that you find soothing. You feel the space around you deepen, becoming a quiet sanctuary. The sun now paints the sky in hues of blush and amber. The light fades quickly as day yields to a soft twilight. You feel the night breathe in and out, calm and steady. You realize the night is not empty, but full of soft whispers. You listen to these whispers, each one a memory of another era. You think of a myth that says time is a stream that carries all moments. You imagine yourself drifting along this stream of silence. A rustling leaf falls at your side, creating a gentle thud. The thud echoes like knocking drums in an ancient temple. You feel the echo as a question. Was the stone built for secrets or art? The stone remains, a silent witness to the ages. You feel the ground vibrating faintly under your feet. You feel the vibrations as a heartbeat of the estate. You imagine the estate beating with a steady pulse. You feel your body align with this pulse, a syncopated dance. A breeze rises, carrying distant, faint music that sounds like a lull. You feel the music wash over your thoughts, dissolving tension. You picture the wind as a storyteller telling tales of ages. You realize this storyteller has no script, only breath. You feel your chest rise in rhythm, a slow, steady drum. You pause to listen to the wind's song, a lullaby for wandering souls. You feel the song seep into your bones. You sense that the song is like a river, always flowing. You see the river reflected in the ground, shimmering. You feel the shiver of the river, a subtle shiver that lingers. Your mind is quiet, the thoughts a soft flicker. You sense that the world outside is as still as the inner. You imagine the silence as a large cushion, soft and heavy. The cushion invites you to relax, to close your eyes. You close them and feel the hush deepen. An ocean. The ocean rises around you, a quiet tide that carries. You think of a cat that fell asleep under a tree, dreaming of fish. Its dream felt like a gentle wind carrying you. You smile at the thought, feeling a quiet joy. You feel the wind wrap around you like a warm blanket. You imagine the blanket stitched of leaves and night. You feel the blanket tighten, a subtle embrace. You feel the breath of the wind, a gentle breath that calms. You notice the wind carrying your thoughts, like a feather that glides. You feel the feathers touch in a soft, almost secret manner. You are in the middle of an echoing silence, the estate's heart breathing. The heart pulses in the distance, faint as the night wind. You feel your breath sync with the pulse, a steady rhythm. Your pulse slows, a gentle thump that eases you more each second. You feel the air grow cooler, yet calming. The cool air brushes your skin like a whispered promise. You think of a quirky tidbit that some think the moon is a lizard in space. You chuckle, a low, gentle laugh that resonates. You feel the laughter travel through the bark, a subtle echo. You sense the bark pulsing with sound. You feel the bark as a living record of old. You imagine the bark having seen countless humans. You feel a quiet reverence in your chest for the bark. You realize that everything in this place is a story. The stories are soft, like whispers in the dark. You feel the stories curling around your body, warming you. You feel your heart beating in time with the wind. The wind, at that moment, looks like a ribbon of silver. You imagine dancing in that ribbon, gentle and light. You smile, because dancing in silence is very satisfying. You think of a cat that chased a silver ribbon, only to realize it was its own shadow. You chuckle again, a sound that blends with the trees. You feel the wind calm you, a soft lull. You feel a soft vibration travel through the roots, deep into earth. The roots vibrate like a low hymn. You feel the hymn, a comforting voice behind every stone. You close your eyes, and the world begins to slow. You feel the world as a vast, sleeping garden. You notice a faint glow from an unseen light, like a firefly. The glow flickers, a blink in the dark. You feel the blink like a wink from the universe. You think this wink is a reminder to sleep. You feel the universe as a blanket of stars. The stars are quiet, a steady glow that never falters. You feel the glow wrap around you. You feel a connection to the stars, an unspoken bond. Your mind is now calm and ready for rest. A gentle wave of fatigue rises, inviting you to a dream. You feel the world humming, a lullaby that takes you away. You feel the wave wash over you, a soft tide. You are carried on this tide into a cradle of calm. The cradle is the estate, the trees, the stone, the earth. You feel yourself melting into this cradle. The cradle hums a lullaby only your ears understand. You imagine this lullaby as a soft lull in the wind. You feel the lull become a dream, a gentle voyage. You see yourself drifting, weightless, afloat in a quiet ocean. The ocean glows with starlight, gently pulsing. You feel the ocean singing a lull that lulls all. The lull is the final echo in your day. Your body is soft, breathing gently like a child. You feel the breath of the world inside you. You feel the world outside, the wind, the trees, the stone. They are all singing in a simple rhythm. They are all whispering to your mind. You feel a gentle lull that guides you to sleep. The rest is the quiet, the night, a cradle in the shadows. You fall, soft, safe, wrapped in silence that stays with you. You feel the quiet seep deeper into the hush that has wrapped the estate for centuries. The hills fold into gentle curves, their silhouettes darkening as the sky turns a deeper indigo. You feel the cool air settle, a quiet hush that presses against the back of your neck. The olden moon rises, its silver light spilling across the valley like a pale curtain. You can taste the night, thick with the scent of pine and distant rosemary. Your ears tune to the chorus of crickets, a low lullaby that blends seamlessly with the wind. Historians still argue whether the moon's craters mark comet battles or just random scars. A mainstream fact lingers in the air. Neil Armstrong walked on that very surface in 1969. That milestone felt like a comet's tail, a brief blaze across history's night sky. You chuckle softly, thinking how small the planet seems when you stare up. You imagine the moon as a giant platter of cosmic cheese, a notion that still tickles the imagination. The idea brings a grin that ripples through the night air, a tiny ripple of joy. A joke drifts. If a pillow had a moon, it would orbit the mattress like a sleepy satellite. You let the absurd image wash over you, a gentle wave of absurdity. As the moon climbs, it paints the hills with silver veins that glow like hidden rivers. The hills sway in the faint breeze, a slow dance of stone and leaf. You breathe in the crisp night, feeling each inhalation a soft drumbeat in your chest. The sound of your breathing merges with the distant owl's call, a low harmonic voice. A trickle of water from a nearby stream adds a silver note to the evening choir. The trickle stutters, as if it were winking at you through a veil of mist. In this moment, your mind drifts to the idea that the moon may be a giant cosmic hamster. That image turns the dark into a place where impossible notions waltz with reality. You chuckle again, the sound a little too bright in the hush of night. A gentle tremor ripples through the hills, a slow heartbeat echoing across the valley. The moon casts a path of silver, walking you along the hilltop corridor. You feel the path underfoot, each stone a quiet guard in the twilight. The guards seem to hum softly, a low hum that feels like a secret lullaby. You pause, allowing the hush to settle around your thoughts like a bubble. The moon's light filters through a branch, creating a lattice of shadows on your back. The shadows dance in tiny formations, as if they were stars that mirrored night itself. Your hand brushes one of the shadows, feeling its coolness against skin. A breeze whistles through the gap where the air changes color from gray to blue. The change feels like a gentle reminder that nothing stays static in this world. You smile, a quiet acknowledgement that the moon is watching over you like an old friend. You hear a rustle farther down, a tiny animal searching for food under the stone. The animal's motion adds a living percussion line to the silent night playlist. A distant owl adds a deep low note, echoing off the hills like a drum. Your heart taps along, a subtle beat that syncs with the celestial rhythm. The rhythm invites your thoughts to drift like leaves caught in a slow wind. You feel the wind brush the back of your neck, a gentle caress from a distant hand. The caress feels like reading a bedtime story in a language only the night understands. You lean in, letting the story seep into the quiet corners of your mind. A faint glow appears on a rock, as if a firefly perched on it for a moment. The glow flickers once, then disappears, leaving only the moon's steady beam. The moon's beam feels like a beam of light through a veil, easing your thoughts. You realize that the world around you folds into a calm tapestry of light and sound. This tapestry weaves itself into a lullaby that your body can feel in its skin. A joke sneaks into the mix, reminding you that insomnia is just a sleepless joke. You laugh, the sound a small bell in the stillness. The bell rings softly, a lull that keeps the dreamers at ease. You sit beneath the moon, letting the night wrap you in its silent cloak. The cloak feels cool. It hugs your shoulders like a friend who is also a night sky. The friend whispers secrets that have been carried from the first sunrise to now. The whispers come from the trees, the stone, and the very air that fills your lungs. You imagine these whispers weaving around you, forming a protective bubble of sound. Your mind lingers on a detail. The moon's ancient face is a map of stories. Each story a chapter that whispers through the night's velvet curtain. The velvet curtain stretches, holding every breath and every heart in its soft fold. You feel the curtain's tug, gentle as a cat's paw on a sleeping human. The humor of this situation is that your body feels like a soft pillow carried by the moon. It's comforting, a surreal comfort that whispers, relax, we're all just floating. The whisper grows louder, then softer, like a tide of calm washing over seaweed. You listen, your ears tuned to each subtle shift in the moon's lull. The lull feels like a gentle hand that tucks the world into a sleep sack. Your shoulders relax the tension, loosening like moss slipping from bark. The moss's texture reminds you of soft pillows and deep, resonant drums. The drums echo faintly through the hills, keeping the silence alive. You sit further, absorbing the moon's silver blanket as if it's a blanket made of lullabies. The lullabies hum in your chest, a low hum that comforts like a lull. The second lull feels like a gentle joke, reminding you that the world can be sweet. A hush comes over the hills, the wind turning into a silent choir. You lie down on a flat stone, the stone cool beneath your back. The stone feels ancient, its surface etched with the silhouettes of long-gone travelers. You picture those travelers' footsteps fading like footprints in the moonlight. The moonlight wraps around them, as if the night owns the journey. Your mind follows the path, each step a soft echo in the dark. You realize that memories are the moon's true companions, floating gently into the cosmos. The cosmos hums, the night sky singing a soft, patient lullaby. The lullaby carries you like a feather downwards into the valley's gentle depression. You let the feather's weight guide you, feeling the valley's moss rise like tide. The tide rises, bringing with it a gentle sense of safety and calm. You smile, a quiet gratitude for the night's tender embrace. The embrace is a blanket, a shield, a lull that whispers sleep. You inhale the night, a scent of earth, stone, and ancient whispers. The scent is a lull that lures you deeper into the silence. You feel an itch, a desire to explore more of the hills. The itch eases as the moon's presence thickens around your senses. You realize the moon's power is in its silence, a quiet roar that never ends. The roar is gentle, a quiet thunder that hums with every leaf. You let the thunder guide your breathing, each inhale balanced with the external calm. Your thoughts drift on a slow wave, slipping into the soft soil of dreams. The soil of dreams tastes like honey and soft stone. You taste it, and the experience feels like a gentle laugh from the universe. The laugh echoes in the dark, a gentle reassurance that you are safe. You lean back, feeling the stone's warmth seep into your limbs. The warmth feels like a candle in a quiet room, a slow glow. The candle's flame is the moon's reflected light, a silent promise. You watch the flame dance, imagining yourself a bird of quiet. The bird soars over the hills, its wings beating a rhythm of sleep. A wind rushes past, carrying the scent of pine and midnight. You inhale deeply, letting the scent settle in your chest. The scent settles, the mind quiets, and the night deepens into silver light. You feel the world around you turn into a soft lull. You notice the hills cresting at the horizon, a dark shadow. The shadow ripples, a soft tide that comes and goes. While moonlight falls, you watch the tide, feeling the moon's presence, guiding your pulse. Your pulse slows like a slow drum in a deep, echoing canyon. The deep, echoing canyon feels like the world holding your breath. You feel your chest rise, then fall like a quiet tide. You remember a joke. Why does the moon blush? It saw Earth's night blanket. The joke lands softly, a giggle in the night. You feel the world sigh, breathing through the hills. The sigh is a lull that says stay, breathe. You stand guided by the moon's gentle steps. The steps are silent and heavy in meaning. You look up, the moon a pearl shimmering in the sky. Its shimmer flickers, as if the moon is dreaming of stars. You think of how the same stars flickered across the millennia. You feel that time is a quiet river flowing through hills. You pause, letting the river's current guide your thoughts. The river's current is gentle, a breath of sleep. You breathe, and the air becomes a lullaby. You float on the river, calm, light, and quiet. The moon's glow settles over you, you surrender, allowing sleep to cradle you. The moon's glow settles over you, you surrender, allowing sleep to cradle you. As twilight deepens, clouds lift like cotton pillows drifting across the horizon. You notice each cloud's weight, soft, gentle, almost audible. The moonlight paints them silver, turning stone into liquid silver. You sense a presence, nothing but the gentle sway of sky. It feels like a hand offering comfort without words. You whisper a wish, just a quiet thanks for this moment. The sky, ever patient, answers with a glimmer, a subtle spark. You feel the warmth spread through your shoulders, deep, enveloping calm. Your mind drifts, floating on clouds like a feather. Historians still argue whether the sky records the secret of time. Some think it holds the rhythm of centuries, a silent chronicle. Others believe it's merely a canvas, painted by nature's brush. The debate lingers like a soft echo in the wind. You smile at the thought, a gentle curiosity, like a child. Some say clouds carry secrets of starry songs. According to old tales, you can hear whispers when the wind stirs. You open your mind, imagining clouds humming lullabies to sleeping stars. It feels surreal, like a cosmic conversation between sky and earth. The clouds shift, forming shapes: a dragon, a ship, a laughing face. You watch each shape a fleeting story, a tale within a breath. The sky, vast and forgiving, folds these tales into its fabric. You feel lighter, as though any burden dissolves in that blue expanse. Your muscles relax, each tension unwinding in slow exhale. You feel the ground underfoot firm, yet yielding like soft moss. It anchors you, but the clouds cradle you like a cradle of light. You pause, listening to the subtle chatter of the cosmos. The wind sounds like distant footsteps, gentle, rhythmic calm. It speaks of gardens far away, where dew still glistens like glass. You imagine walking through those gardens barefoot, surrounded by jasmine. The scent is faint, but real, reminding you of childhood evenings. Each breath is a step deeper into this hush. You notice a silver flash, a shooting star crossing the sky. Its brief light paints a fleeting memory, a moment of wonder. You feel grateful for the sky, for the clouds, for this peace. The clouds seem to embrace you like an old, sleepy friend. You feel the coolness of the air and the warm hush. It's a balance, a dance, gentle and purposeful. You think about the olden civilizations people looking up to. They, too, they felt the sky hum with ancient stories. A mainstream fact lands. The city of Alexandria stood on a slender peninsula, founded by Alexander, the founder of great empires. It thrived on trade. You feel history breathing in this very air, a presence that stays. You continue to breathe, inhaling silence, exhaling hope. Each exhale carries your worries into the cloudscape. The clouds carry them onward to places unseen. The sky feels like a vault, a storage of secrets and dreams. You feel that secret, a private lullaby just for you. The world outside this dream, still moving, fades in distance. But you remain here with the clouds as your lull. Your mind starts to wander to places you dreamed before. You recall childhood, waking up from a thunderstorm. The memory glows bright, then fades softly into the night. Back to present, you see the clouds, their silver edges. They shimmer faintly under the moon's gentle command. The moon feels like a lantern guiding the clouds forward. Each ripple is a story, an echo of the past. The clouds carry voices of ancient sailors lost in storms. Their sounds merge, a quiet symphony in your ear. You inhale deep, feeling each note of the sky. It sounds like wind on cedar wood, a familiar scent. You let that scent wash over, washing your thoughts. You remain still, a quiet observer. The clouds keep sliding, endless as the ocean's edge. A subtle shift, a gentle rustle of green leaves nearby. You hear a distant stream murmuring a living lullaby. The water whispers back to you, the night, the earth. It feels like a conversation between you and nature. You relax further. The tension melts like ice. Your heart slows, aligning with the calm of clouds. You notice a tiny feather falling, a reminder of fragility. It floats gracefully, like a thought that hasn't settled yet. You picture it landing soft, unseen, part of the scene. The clouds seem to protect that feather, shielding it gently. You think of the world, its endless noise, a reminder of this calm. The calm offers you pause, a chance to rest. You imagine the night as a blanket spreading over all. A sensation of warmth, a comforting embrace of a cloud's shadow. You let that warmth spread into your chest. Heartbeats sync with the rhythm of the sky. Your breath is steady, each inhale and exhale a drum. The sky is your drum, its tempo matching yours. You feel a quiet joy, simple, effortless, like a lullaby. The laughter that lingers in your lips, tiny yet real. It's as if the clouds answered with a giggle. The giggle fades, replaced by a gentle hush. The hush holds your thoughts, making room for dreams. You imagine the sky opening like a window to far lands. The windows reveal scenes, mountains, oceans, deserts. You travel there without moving, guided by the sky. These scenes feel like memories, bright, soft, bright. They blend with your own, forming a tapestry inside. Your mind paints colors, deep blues, soft pinks, gold. The colors spread across your mind like fireflies lighting the night. You feel the fireflies, small, bright, but gentle, humming. They flicker as your breath sink, calm in step. The sky stays steady, a faithful companion. You feel a sense of belonging within this vast place. The boundless horizon echoes your own interior journey. The journey leads you to deeper rest, like a river. The river takes you home, to sleep. The sky follows, following your step as you sleep. The cloud's blanket stays, a quiet guardian. The guardian offers no advice, just presence. You close your eyes and hear a soft lull. The lull is ancient, like prayers whispered to the sky. You feel humbled by this simple comfort. The sky feels like a wise elder telling stories in wind. The wind whispers a phrase, stay still, breathe. You feel that command and submit, letting go. The night grows deeper, thickening around you. You feel a gentle pressure, not weight, but support. The support steadies your breath, a silent rhythm. Your thoughts become like clouds drifting, free, untethered. You realize they can't harm you, they're nothing but fluff. The fluff lifts you into a world of dreams. Dreams are soft, like blankets. They envelop you, wrapping you in a warm hush. The hush keeps your senses safe. You notice a faint star near your left ear. It glitters like a promise, a gentle affirmation. You feel gratitude for the sky, the clouds, the night. The gratitude is a flame, small, bright, steady. The flame feeds within you, sustaining rest. Rest comes softly, like waves, rolling, lulling. Your muscles are warm, each tone relaxing. Your toes feel the earth, steady and calm. The whole world feels small, still, patient, kind. You feel comfort in this smallness. The sky's lull wraps all. You whisper, "Thank you, sky." The sky replies, not with words, but with a silent smile. The silence comforts like a lullaby that never ends. The song is your heart's rhythm, soft, constant, steady. The rhythm leads to deeper sleep, unhurried, profound. You feel the descent to subconscious. The descent is a gentle glide, not falling, but sliding. The slide feels like breathing, smooth, deep, rhythmic. At the bottom, you enter a quiet valley. The valley glows, a twilight of gentle colors. Light here is softer, a pale, almost invisible glow. The glow seems to wrap around you, a warm halo. You sit in this halo, quiet, centered. The halo is a cloud, but larger, encompassing. It feels like a friend, listening, understanding, kind. You feel safe. Your mind holds no fear. You breathe more slow, your pulse slower still. The pulse slows in rhythm with the valley calm. The valley's silence is deep, a hush that sings. The singing quiet sings like distant bells. You think of a calm desert, dust, sky, silence. The desert mind conjures memory, heat, endless horizon. You feel that desert hum, a gentle pulse, in tune. Your body sinks as though part of it. The hum is a lull, soothing, persistent. You feel the hum, an anchor steady. The anchor ties you to earth, sky, sleep. You let go, allowing the hum to sweep, sweeping into darkness, a quiet cradle. The cradle sings a lullaby of earth. You close your eyes again, the dream beckons. You open your eyes again, the dream beckons, like a soft, glowing ember. The cypresses stand beyond your gaze, their branches whispering ancient lullabies. A breeze threads through leaves, carrying each quiet whisper into your quiet thoughts. You feel the wind kiss the back of your neck, gentle, playful, almost mischievous. The trees seem to hum, a low, soothing rumble that tickles your ears. You pause, listening to the hush that swirls around your head. The ground beneath feels cool, a green carpet inviting calm. A small critter scurries beneath a leaf, perhaps a squirrel in disguise. You watch it pause, then tiptoe back. It seems wary of your gentle presence. The cypresses keep bending around him, offering safe passage. You hear a distant drip of rain echoes, a single drop of time. You breathe in, feeling renewal and the promise of a quiet dream. The forest hums like a choir of hummingbirds and night insects. You smile, feeling the melody ease your thoughts into a gentle drift. The cypresses lean in, their branches an inviting door. You step through, feeling your body melt into the green tapestry. A soft hush settles the forest's breathing slows. Your mind loosens, like vines retracting into the soil. You feel the forest around you humming in perfect harmony. The cypresses stand as silent guardians, protecting the quiet within. You listen to the wind, that soft murmur of life. A whisper drifts through the branches, sounding like distant lullabies. You feel the pull of distant memories, gentle and bright. The trees seem to respond, a slow, reassuring thump. Your breath deepens, the world fades to a single soft tone. You inhale, feeling the night's essence in the cool air. The cypresses exhale a sigh that settles into your chest. You close your eyes, allowing the forest's whisper to lull you deeper. The gentle hush surrounds you, wrapping like a blanket of stars. You feel the tree's breath, a steady pulse calming your mind. The cypresses sing softly, a lullaby of green and night. You smile, knowing the forest keeps your dreams safe. A final rustle tells you it's time to let go. You breathe out, feeling the last thread of tension dissolve. Your body sinks into the cool, soft earth. You float like a leaf. The cypresses stand quiet, their branch shadows merge with night. You let the silence wrap around you like a familiar lull. The forest hums like 1,000 lullabies, steady and patient. You slip into sleep, cradled by the whisper of cypresses. The cool silence settles deeper, the night folding like a blanket over the estate. Your eyelids flutter, a soft echo of the hush that never lets you fully rest. You feel the floor vibrate gently beneath your feet, as if the ground is breathing. The cypresses sway, their leaves whispering secrets you recognize in a lullaby. This estate once welcomed Ottoman sultans with moonlit walks. You reach out, fingers tingling with the memory of dew on morning leaves. A distant owl chirps, punctuating the dark with its crystalline twang. You inhale, taking in a scent of earth and ancient stone. The ancient fountain by the gate gurgles, its water a silent song. Historians still argue whether those stone basins were carved by gods or artisans. You pause, imagining the craftsmen who set every stone in place. The wind carries a faint perfume of jasmine from the courtyard garden. You close your eyes, hearing a distant bell toll in the village below. The bell's resonance feels like a heartbeat matching your own soft pulse. Suddenly, a playful breeze tickles your cheek, a gentle reminder that night is alive. You giggle, realizing you forgot your night vision glasses. But it only adds to the night's charm. The estate feels like a sleeping giant, its secrets murmuring in the breeze. A small firefly darts near, illuminating a patch of moss with tiny starlight. You lean closer, watching its glow flicker like a miniature lantern. The glow dissolves, and you feel the forest's subtle pulse embrace you. You exhale, release a sigh that blends in with midnight sounds. A memory surfaces, your grandma's lullabies about moonlit rivers. You smile as that song sways through the rustling canopy. A faint glow emerges from the old garden arch, as if the stars are peeking through. The arch casts a golden ripple across your path, guiding you forward. You imagine walking through a hallway of light, each step a warm hug. The wind hums, almost like a chorus of distant drums. You listen, letting the rhythm settle into your chest, soothing like a lullaby. Another joke surfaces. You wonder if the cypresses are the world's most dramatic dancers. Yet, you laugh at the absurdity, grateful for their graceful twirls. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. You smile, recalling the prank your friends played. The prank has become the estate's whispered legend, a playful twist of memory. A small bird lands near your foot, its plumage as silver as moonlight. It chirps in a language you cannot understand, yet feels familiar. You feel its presence, gentle and reassuring, like an old friend returning. The night amplifies this tenderness, the air thick with calm intent. The cypresses breathe slowly, as if exhaling a shared secret. A breeze shuffles petals, forming a natural tapestry over your head. You run a hand over the leaves, feeling their quiet rustle under your touch. The sensation is like a lullaby, soft and persistent. You pause, feeling your mind begin to untangle its own knots. A gentle hush washes over you, the estate's pulse steady and slow. The moon hangs high, silver light spilling across the terrace, a perfect silver sheen. A distant sound, a child's giggle, echoes from a forgotten playhouse. You pause, sensing the joy reverberate through the night air. This playful echo reminds you of carefree afternoons spent dancing in the grass. The feeling carries through the roots, deeper than any stone. Historians still argue whether the foundation was laid by a single master builder or a collective. You hear the murmur of this debate beneath every leaf. The idea lingers, a mystery wrapped in rust and age. A soft wind lifts a fallen leaf, swirling like a tiny green comet. You watch its arc, feeling the silence of the forest envelope you. The silence feels like a blanket, warm and protective. You feel a gentle pulse in your heart, sinking with the earth. The beat matches the distant call of a fox in the woods. The fox's call is a soft, melodic note, almost like a secret lullaby. You close your eyes, letting those notes seep into your mind. A faint glow flickers across the wall, lantern from a long ago garden. You feel the weight of history beneath your fingertips. A local legend says the cypresses whisper your name when the moon is full. You feel the weight of history beneath your fingertips. The glow dances, casting shadows that seem to tell stories. You imagine travelers of old wandering under these same branches. Their footsteps echo softly within, a lullaby of movement through time. The idea of time being a gentle flow washes over your thoughts. A joke surfaces. You wonder if time itself gets a sleep aid of its own. You grin at the absurdity, and the forest chuckles softly. A whisper slides through the air, sounding like a secret message from beyond. You lean into it, feeling the quiet truth that the night is alive. The wind brings a distant memory, the scent of burnt cedar in winter. You recall that scent from childhood, a reminder of campfires and stories. The scent weaves itself into the night, grounding you. You feel the estate's pulse humming with each breath you take. A sudden chill passes over you, gentle as a hand across the back. You shiver, then smile at the softness of that cold. The cypresses bend, embracing the cool air like old friends. You feel their branches as gentle pillows against your shoulders. The silence deepens, like a lullaby sung by distant hills. The hills hum, creating a rhythm that feels like a lullaby. You take a slow breath that carries the scent of pine. The pine aroma mixes with the faint perfume of night-blooming flowers. The garden's fragrance feels like a soft whisper of promise. You notice a small lantern tucked in a nearby shed. It flickers with a steady amber glow, keeping night travelers safe. You sense your heart beating faster with a calm excitement. The excitement is gentle, like curiosity at an unseen treasure. You wander closer, feeling the stone under the light's soft glow. Each stone holds secrets, stories etched in weathered patterns. The pattern feels like a map, leading to another dream. You step gently, following the pattern as if following a lullaby. A soft breeze picks up, fluttering the lantern's flame. The flame dances, creating a warm, dancing glow around you. You feel the warmth wash over your skin, calming your thoughts. A distant sound, a soft lullaby on a string, rises from the courtyard. You follow that sound, drawn toward it like a magnet. The melody is mellow, a gentle song that lulls the whole estate. You hear the music, soft music that fills the night air. It becomes a rhythm, breathing through the cypresses, the stone, the earth. You feel part of that rhythm, your body moving with ease. The night unfolds, a soft, comforting blanket of silence. You lie down on the soft grass, the moss cradle for your body. Your body feels weightless, like floating down a calm river. The river of night flows calmly, taking you to restful places. You feel the silence humming around you, a gentle lullaby. A faint whisper of wind comes in, like a gentle hand guiding you. You close your eyes, hearing the slow, steady rhythm. The rhythm is a calm echo of your breath. The breath matches the slow pulse, soothing your mind. The mind relaxes, and you feel a deeper sleep taking hold. But before you do, a small joke appears. You giggle at the thought that maybe the estate itself is dreaming. You inhale the night air, tasting the pine that whispers ancient lullabies. The moon casts silver ribbons across the dew-soaked grass, a gentle blanket of light. Your eyelids flutter like curtains in a quiet room, the estate breathing in slow rhythm. The cypresses sway, casting moving shadows that dance slowly on the stone path. You step forward, each footprint a soft echo, a drumbeat in the quiet. The ground beneath you hums, a low pulse that matches your heart. A distant owl calls, its voice a soothing chime amid the night's embrace. You relax, feeling the cool air wrap your shoulders like a soft shawl. The wind carries rustling leaves, a soft percussion that soothes the mind. You listen, letting each rustle become a lullaby of the evening. A joke surfaces. Why did the cypresses bring a band? They answered, because the moon didn't want them to stay in silence. The laughter echoes in your ears. The forest chuckles in reply. You feel lighter, worries drifting like leaves in the breeze. The air smells of warm stone and a hint of fresh rain, a perfumed promise. You imagine each raindrop kissing stone like a tiny drum. You let that image settle, a visual lullaby for your thoughts. A small owl watches, steady gaze like a sentinel. You think, is it guarding your dreams or just observing? The owl tilts its head, a silent welcome. You feel welcomed, the estate embracing your slumber. The wind shifts, carrying lavender scents from distant gardens. You breathe, inhaling and exhaling with the calm of night. The scent makes each breath feel richer, like chamomile tea on a winter's eve. You feel a surge of calm, a lull that has slept here for centuries. The distant village bells chime, rhythm slipping softly into the night. Each bell sounds, "Rest well, traveler," whispered by the wind. The bells echo ripples, an old friend humming a melody. You feel a warm pulse, the estate breathing with you. Your pulse sinks, guiding you deeper into tranquility. The forest hums in unison, a choir of whispers beneath the canopy. Your heart aligns to a silent drumbeat, a quiet rhythm. Your mind drifts, leafing through the stream of the night. You allow the drift, the estate's presence wrapping around. The moonlight paints silver edges on each cypress. You step forward, each footfall echoing across damp ground. You feel the silence as a blanket, soft and reassuring. A distant breeze speaks, a quiet conversation between ancient stones. It asks, "Why did you come here tonight?" You smile, laughter blending into the night. The night listens, silence turning into acceptance. You feel part of this place, heartbeat a note in its song. You lean back on the grass, eyes closing for the final time. The air is cool, pine scent lingers like memory. You breathe deeply, wind and heart, rhythm merging. The world feels immense, yet you are embraced by tenderness. You think of the estate's secret choir, a chorus of living trees. You feel the music, gentle vibration, humming beneath earth. You let thoughts dissolve into the hum, joining the soundtrack. The night's lullaby swells, promise of rest. You feel profound relief, tension released from a long day. You close your eyes, the world fades to gentle gray. You drift, the estate's breath guiding into deep sleep. The last echo fades, only soft rustle of leaves remains. A soft lull settles, your heart slows to serene rhythm. You feel the estate's peace wrap like a shawl. Night carries you onward, into dreams where cypresses grow taller. You sleep, a gentle guest in the quiet estate. The sun will rise again, but for now, you rest. Your dream journey begins, guided by ancient whispers of stone and wind. You notice the dawn shy peeking through the mist. Its light folds softly over the cypress shadows. You hear the leaves whisper, as if greeting a new day. A gentle breeze stirs the pine, humming low. You breathe in, letting the cool air settle in your chest. The scent of damp soil greets you warm and old. You pause, listening, as the river nearby sighs softly. A nearby owl hoots, a distant lullaby to your ears. You chuckle quietly, thinking of your earlier joke about cypress bands. It was a small giggle, the forest's reaction louder than anything. You smile, remembering the echo of that laughter. The wind carries the echo as if sharing a secret. You walk along the path, feeling each stone underfoot. The path is smooth, worn by timeless travelers. You notice a small plaque beside a stone. It reads in gilt. It says, "The ancient city of Troy was founded over 5,000 years ago." You let that fact settle in your mind, feeling the weight of history. You pause, wondering how time wraps around these stones. You remember a quirky tale you once heard about cypress trees. Some say that cypress trees change leaf color when someone nearby is feeling melancholy. It made you smile, and the forest seemed to nod. You feel a gentle tingling, as if the ground replied. You pause again, hearing a distant chime of bells. They ring softly as morning light wakes the hills. You note that even the ancient clocks in old homes keep time. This sparks a thought about early timekeeping devices. Historians still argue whether the earliest sundials were solar or lunar devices. You find that debate amusing, like a puzzle with no clear answer. You chuckle, imagining a sunlit stone scratching on a lunar calendar. Your mind drifts, but the breath keeps you anchored. You follow the path to a clearing, the air cooler there. The clearing is a small pool, a mirror to the sky. You bend down, peering at the reflection of dawn. The sky is a soft canvas, painted with pink and gold. You breathe, feeling the morning glow against your cheek. It feels like a gentle hand patting you softly. You laugh quietly, amused by your own reverie. Such moments weave a tapestry of calm. You stand, feeling the weight lift from your shoulders. The wind lifts, carrying seeds that spin like tiny planets. Seeds drift lazily, each a tiny voyage towards new life. You feel like a traveler in a dreamland, gently escorted. Your breath syncs with the gentle rhythm of the forest. Each inhale takes you deeper into serenity. You release each exhale, letting worries flutter away. You sense a presence, like a companion in stillness. The presence is the estate, whispering quiet goodbyes. It feels like a warm, soothing hug. You hear the soft rustle of leaves again, as if the trees are saying goodbye. Your heart settles, as if it had found its resting spot. You imagine you are a feather, floating toward the sky. The sky feels vast, yet inviting enough to hug. You feel the sky's breath, slow and deep. You close your eyes, but you are not asleep. Instead, you are a gentle observer of the day unfolding. You sense the world shift a hair, but nothing drastic. You feel the breeze shift, carrying a sweet scent. It smells of jasmine, and it feels like a lullaby. You inhale the scent, letting it flood your lungs. Your thoughts swirl like petals on the wind, but the scent grounds you, tethering you to the moment. You find that feeling soothing, like a blanket of soft words. You notice a familiar sound, a distant bell again. It rings, announcing the approach of sunrise. Your ears register the gentle chime, as if a cue to rest. You feel a sense of completion, like a day ready to end. The estate whispers, daylight retreats, whispering goodbye. You inhale, then exhale, letting the words sink. You keep the quiet for another dream. You tell your mind gently. You feel a weight lift from your shoulders, a gentle buoy. The sun moves slower, as if the world agreed to pause. You feel the day slip into an evening quiet, like soft music. You allow the light to mingle with the gentle hush. You know that the night will cradle you once more. Soon, the world dimmer, the cypresses taller, the quiet deeper. Your breath slows, sinking with the slow rustle of leaves. You sense your heart beating in slow rhythm of earth. You close your eyes, letting the silence flow. Your body sinks into a bed of fragrant stone. You drift, with the estate holding you in a quiet embrace. Feel the warmth of ancient walls against your back. They hum a soft lullaby, as if welcoming dreams. You lie here, letting the moment wash over you. The forest hums, the river sighs, the sky sings. You feel the world quiet, all sounds a distant echo. Your mind slides, following the gentle path of thoughts. You surrender to the silence, like a boat on a calm sea. The estate's breath intertwines with your own. You let the breath guide you deeper into restful sleep. The quiet is the safest place, you learn each night. You feel the weight of the day dissolve into the earth. The earth embraces you, holding secrets of time. You smile softly, grateful for the quiet presence. In your dreams, cypress branches sway in rhythm. Leaves whisper lullabies in colors of twilight. You float, untouched by the rush of busy thoughts. You are peaceful, like a stone resting in a stream. The world here is slow, deliberate, and serene. You rest, and the estate continues, whispering goodbyes. You feel this gentle farewell, wrapped in hush and history. A soft breeze lifts, carrying the scent of pine and fresh rain. You breathe, and the night wraps around you like a blanket. You close your eyes and let the darkness lull. Your rest is deep, as if sinking into velvet. The estate hums a soft lull that cradles your dreams. You sleep, a gentle guest in the quiet estate. The sun will rise again, but for now, you rest. You find yourself in a twilight of calm, wrapped in cypress shade. In this hush, the past and future blend. You feel at peace, the day's memories fading like soft mist. You wander back to the clearing, looking at the pool. The water reflects the sky, now a brighter gold. You feel the surface cool beneath your fingertips. The tiny ripples ripple, dancing to an unseen rhythm. You smile, the smile widening, as if seeing a secret. You trace the edge, feeling the stone's texture. It feels rough and warm, as if it welcomed your visit. You sit, hands wrapped around a stone, breathing slowly. Your breathing becomes a gentle drum, steady and soothing. The air is thick with the scent of evening. You inhale the scent, letting it fill your lungs. You watch the cypress leaves ripple, their silhouettes moving. A cool hush falls, like a soft blanket across the clearing. The world becomes a quiet canvas, painted in green and gold. You feel drawn to the silence, to the calm that lives here. Your thoughts align with the silence, like a river meets a lake. You let the silence echo inside, filling your mind. You notice a subtle shift, a breeze that sounds like distant birds. You hear the rustle of wings, the hum of insects, a chorus of life. It reminds you of a memory, of a place you once visited. That memory was a small, quiet town by a river. You felt the same calm there, the kind that stays with you. You wonder if that calm was a blessing or a curse. But here, the calm feels more like a gift. You take a deep breath, grounding yourself in the present. You feel a weight lift from your shoulders, a gentle buoy. The sun moves slower, as if the world agreed to pause. You feel the day slip into an evening quiet, like soft music. You let the music guide you and drift toward sleep. The final breath you take is one of gratitude. Your eyelids flutter, then close, sealing the night. You feel a warm presence surrounding you, protective and calm. You are in sync with the estate, both breathing in rhythm together. The silence is a lull, a hug, an echo of an old promise. You close your eyes, letting the promises settle. You drift into the next world, where dreams are gentle guides. There is no rush, no need for haste or hurry. You simply let the wind carry you, as it always does. The wind flows through every leaf, sending gentle vibrations. Those vibrations ripple into your heart, soothing every thought. You are asleep, a quiet traveler on the estate's path. The estate watches you, a guardian through the night. You sleep, the night folding its cloak around your body. You feel the earth sigh with you, a deep, resonant lull. The time passes, but the calm stays, like a timeless lullaby. You continue sleeping, feeling safe, heard, and welcomed. The estate keeps its secret, the quiet between the trees. You drift, feeling the night's deep breath envelop you. Your heart beats in rhythm with the silent forest. You are a part of this quiet, a harmony of breath and sky. You rest, the quiet becoming a lull that embraces your dreams. You feel the soft energy of the estate flowing through your body. You sleep, closing the circle of day and night. The sun will rise again, and you will greet it, calm as ever. You remember the whispering goodbyes of the cypresses. You feel the soft rustle of leaves, a lull that promises rest. You are asleep, the estate whispering, a silent lull, a gentle guide. You glide softly into dreamland, the estate's hush wrapping you like a velvet blanket. The wind whispers, "Welcome back," as if the cypresses have a secret chat. Mysterious light flickers through leaves, painting your eyelids with gentle gold. You feel the ground humming, a bass line of ancient soil. You pause, letting the stillness fill your thoughts, like a slow, moving wave. The breeze carries a scent of pine, rain, and something sweet coconut. You breathe in, and the world feels smaller, a cozy bubble around you. You remember your joke about cypress bands. That crowd was mostly trees. The trees chuckle, adding a rustling laugh track to the evening. You smile, feeling the universe's playful grin on your cheek. You drift onward, following the path that lights with moonlit dew. At the pool, stones whisper legends as reflections ripple. You dip a finger into water, sensing coolness, like a lullaby's cool breeze. The surface shimmers, revealing an image of the night sky's soft edges. Stars seem to float above, each a tiny lantern guarding your dreams. You listen, the water hums, a natural synthesizer. The hum is soothing, almost like a distant orchestra in a pocket. A gentle wind joins the orchestra, turning the trees into string instruments. You feel as if you're playing a song you've never heard before. Each note soothes the mind, washing away the day's small dramas. You close your eyes again, letting your mind wind down. The room hums, a low frequency that lulls you into quiet. You drift further, each thought dissolving like ink in water. The world fades into soft colors, like a watercolor painted at night. You feel the night's pulse, gentle and steady. A soft wind carries a distant sound, a chime from long-gone houses. It sounds like a lull that has traveled to this place before. You sense the echo of footsteps, a lullaby of the estate's past. Your heart beats in rhythm, syncing with the ancient stones. You feel every stone breathe, the ground humming in a low choir. You smile, the sensation being like being held by an old friend. The wind whispers again, rest now, and you sense the world slow. You lean back, the earth cushioning like a giant mattress. The scent of pine, rain, and jasmine mingles, forming a perfume of peace. You let that perfume settle, a last caress before sleep. An ancient debate persists. Historians still argue whether Anatolia's first sundial used a shadow or a stone glyph. You hear the debate echoing like a distant choir, each note soft yet determined. The soft echoes blend with your breathing, harmonizing your sleep. You sense the gentle rhythm of the estate pulling you deeper. You feel the lightness of your body, each muscle relaxing like a sleeping cat. The cat's purr is the wind's sigh, a lullaby for the soul. You close your eyes again, eyes that already feel like closed windows. The mind's curtains close, the world dimming to a silver glow. Sleep beckons, soft and patient, like a stone settling in a stream. You surrender to it, letting the estate's breath carry you outward. Your body becomes weightless, a feather on a gentle wind. You drift, slow, steady, surrounded by the silent lull of pine. The pine's scent is a soft blanket, weaving your dreams into a tapestry. The tapestry glows faintly, bright colors weaving through cool shadows. You sense that each color holds a memory, a fragment of the estate's age. You taste the taste of old stone, mineral, and soothing. You inhale the mineral breath, the world folding around you. The world folds like a soft blanket, securing you in its folds. You feel the night's warmth, a gentle embrace that never leaves. The night wraps around you cool, yet protective. You watch the cypresses sway softly, a lullaby in green. Each sway is a breath, the forest exhaling into the dark. You feel the forest's breath, a warm river of quiet. You close your eyes again, letting each breath guide you deeper. The last line of my meditation is, rest, my dear friend. You drift further, each step a silent drumbeat on the mossy path. The moss cradles your steps, a living soft carpet. You think about the old gardener's recipe, cedarwood tea, that calms a restless mind. The scent of cedarwood rises, swirling around the cypresses. You snort a laugh, remembering cedarwood was once thought good for bad dreams. You imagine a dream catcher made of cedar leaves humming quietly. You reach out, but the leaves stay within reach, teasing. You smile, thinking the leaves are playing a game of hide and seek. You hear a gentle click, the sound of a lock opening behind a cedar block. A little door reveals a secret, a pocket full of moonlit stones. You pick a stone, feeling its cool memory against your palm. The stone hums softly, echoing the night's song, a lullaby for the palm. You feel a connection, a thread tying you to the estate's secret. The connection is warm, like a firelight in a deep forest. You laugh again, the sound echoing like a small bell. You settle deeper, feeling the estate's pulse in your chest. The pulse is steady, simple, like a distant drum in a dream. You inhale the night again, the wind carrying stories of distant farms. The stories speak of harvest, of laughter, of old songs under starlight. You feel a kinship, your breathing syncing with those stories. The kinship is gentle, not demanding, like a hand on your shoulder. You smile, the smile growing softer, a quiet sigh of acceptance. You realize that the estate has been your friend, not just a setting. You feel gratitude, a warmth blooming like a spring flower. You whisper thanks, your voice a hushed ripple. The whisper blends with the wind, becoming part of the estate's song. You drift, the wind lifting you like a feather on a quiet tide. The tide is calming, a slow, smooth wave across your dreams. You feel light, each breath of feathers touch on your skin. You rest, the estate enveloping you in a quiet, protective cocoon. The cocoon shields you from any jarring noise, like a soft blanket over a violin. You surrender, your mind dissolving, leaving only the softest echo. You feel a gentle pull, the estate's voice drawing you close. You close your eyes one more time, the world fading to blue. The blue spreads, like a blanket of soft twilight. You slip into deep sleep, the estate's lullaby playing on. Your dreams are gentle, a series of soft sentences, each ending with peace. The night breathes slowly, like a patient storyteller. You drift, floating, and when dawn approaches, you are ready. You open your eyes with a gentle smile, ready for a new day. The sun rises, the estate welcomes you again, a gentle friend. You feel the promise of another quiet afternoon among the cypresses, an everlasting lullaby. You drift softly, the cypresses whispering ancient lullabies in twilight over the past. A cool breeze slides beneath your skin, carrying the scent of cedar and rain. You feel the earth humming, a bass line that steadies your thoughts. Your breathing deepens, each inhale a cradle, each exhale a soft sigh. A distant chime rings, echoing through the cypresses like a gentle choir. The light flickers over leaves, painting your eyelids in gold and amber. You close your eyes again, the world softens, colors blending into twilight. The pool reflects starlight. Each ripple whispers a story of olden dreams. You dip your finger in the water, and the coolness soothes like a lullaby. The surface shimmers, revealing a sky of soft, wandering stars. Each star glows faintly, a lantern protecting your drifting dreams. You feel the rhythm of the estate, a gentle drum in your chest. A sigh escapes the trees, turning their leaves into soft wind instruments. You hum along, the notes rising, then fading, like clouds drifting west. Each vibration washes the day away, leaving a scent of jasmine in the air. You breathe in, and the world contracts, feeling like a pocket of serenity. The wind whispers again, rest now, and let the night cradle you. You lean back on the earth, which cushions your form like a giant mattress. The pine scent mingles with rain and jasmine, forming a perfume of peace. You allow this fragrance to settle, a last caress before sleep. You feel every stone beneath you breathing, humming a low choir of quiet. Your heart beats steady, syncing with the olden rhythm of the estate. You smile gently, the warmth spreads, like a spring flower unfurling. You whisper thanks, your voice a hushed ripple in the wind. The estate's lullaby continues, guiding you into a dream of soft, boundless peace for a tranquil night.